You're tuned into the haunting station, where the rain never stops and the roads never end. Tonight's story comes through the static just for you, so sit back, listen close, and don't look in the rearview mirror. I know you use this video to help you fall asleep, so I'm here to help you with that. By the way, where are you from and what time are you watching this video? Make yourselves comfortable and relax. If possible, subscribe to the channel and give it a like. The cottage looked perfect in the sunlight, its weathered stone walls and thatched roof promising the picturesque country life we dreamed of. But when I turned the old brass key, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching us from behind the leaded glass windows. My daughter, Sarah, tugged at my sleeve, her excitement momentarily dispelling my unease. I forced a smile and finally managed to unlock the heavy wooden door. The smell of mold from age and disuse hit us as we entered. My wife Lisa wrinkled her nose but kept her voice cheerful. Nothing a good airing won't fix. I nodded, trying to match her optimism. We had saved for years to escape the chaos of city life and give Sarah a chance to grow up in a peaceful place. This was supposed to be our fresh start. As we explored the cottage that first night, the creaks and groans of the old structure set my nerves on edge. I told myself it was just the house settling, that all the strange noises were perfectly normal in such an old building. But when a door slammed shut upstairs while we were all in the kitchen, I couldn't explain it so easily. "I'll go check it out," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Lisa didn't say anything as I climbed the narrow staircase. The upper floor was shrouded in shadows. Light barely penetrated the small windows. I moved cautiously down the hallway, my hand running along the plaster wall. The door to what we planned to be Sarah's bedroom was slightly ajar, and I began to open it slowly. The room was empty, exactly as we had left it before, but when I turned to leave, something caught my eye. In the dust on the windowsill was a single perfect handprint, too small to belong to any of us. I didn't mention what I had seen to Lisa or Sarah. There had to be a logical explanation, and I didn't want to scare them on our first night in our new home. Lying in our creaky bed, with the sounds of the countryside keeping us awake, Lisa whispered, "Do you think we made the right decision moving here?" I pulled her close to me, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair. "Of course we did. It'll just take some time to get used to it." But as the words left my mouth, a long, low moan echoed through the house, and we both sat up straight, straining our ears in the darkness. "What was that?" "Probably just the wind," I said, not believing myself. "Old houses make all kinds of noises." We eventually fell asleep, but our rest was far from peaceful. I dreamed of dark shapes moving out of sight and whispered voices speaking in a language I couldn't understand. The next morning, exhausted and nervous, we tried to settle into our new home. Sarah was oblivious to the tension, happily exploring every nook and cranny of the cottage. It was while unpacking boxes in the living room that I first noticed the scratching sounds coming from inside the walls. It wasn't unexpected in an old country house, but as the day went on, the scratching grew louder and more insistent, seeming to follow us from room to room. Lisa noticed it too, her eyes widening when a particularly loud scratch came from behind the fireplace. "Maybe we should call an exterminator," she suggested. I nodded, grateful to pretend everything was normal. "I'll look for one right now." But when I tried to use my phone, I discovered there was no signal. The landline gave nothing but static. When I picked up the receiver, the line was dead. That night, things got worse. We were awakened by Sarah's scream. We rushed to her room and found her sitting on her bed, her eyes wide with terror. "There was a lady," she sobbed as Lisa took her into her arms. "A lady in old-fashioned clothes. She was standing there watching me." I searched the room with my heart racing but found nothing. No sign of an intruder. No explanation for what Sarah had seen. As I turned to comfort my daughter, my foot caught on something. I saw a small antique doll lying on the floor, a doll I was sure wasn't there when we put Sarah to bed. The next day, we were all nervous, and the strange events seemed to multiply by the hour. The temperature plummeted in certain rooms. Our breath fogged the air even when the sun was shining, and there was always the feeling that we were being watched. Lisa and I tried to rationalize and find logical explanations, but when we found Sarah talking to an empty corner of the kitchen, describing in detail a boy none of us could see, we knew we could no longer deny that we needed help. "This isn't normal," Lisa said, her voice trembling. But with our phones still not working and our car mysteriously refusing to start, we felt trapped. The idea of walking through the deserted streets of the countryside with night approaching filled me with fear. As darkness fell, the activity in the house reached a fever pitch. Objects flew through the rooms as if of their own accord. Disembodied voices whispered from empty corners, and the sound of scratching on the walls grew so loud that it was as if something was trying to get out. We huddled in the living room, jumping at every noise, every shadow. Sarah had already cried herself to sleep, curled up on the sofa between us. "What are we going to do?" Lisa's voice was hoarse, her eyes red from crying. I opened my mouth to respond, to offer some words of comfort or reassurance, but at that moment, all the lights in the house went out at once, and we were plunged into total darkness. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the constant scratching had stopped. For a moment, I thought it was all over. Then, from upstairs came the sound of slow, heavy footsteps. Thump, 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 moving from room to room, getting closer. Lisa grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. I could hear her irregular breathing, feel the tremors running through her body. I wanted to grab Sarah and run out into the night, but I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. When the footsteps reached the top of the stairs, thump, thump, thump. They were coming down, now slowly, deliberately, the old wood creaking under an invisible weight. Finally, I found my voice. "Who's there?" I shouted, hating how weak and scared I sounded. The footsteps stopped for a long moment. There was nothing but silence. Then a voice spoke from the darkness, old, cracked, and full of malice. "You are not welcome here." The words were followed by a chorus of whispers, dozens of voices around us repeating, "You are not welcome, not welcome, not welcome." Sarah woke up with a start, her scream joining the cacophony of ghostly voices. The furniture began to shake, pictures flew off the walls, and a wind that came from nowhere enveloped us, cold and smelling of decay. In that moment of pure terror, I found the strength to move. I picked Sarah up in my arms, grabbed Lisa's hand, and ran for the door. We ran out into the cold night air, not stopping until we reached the road. When we stopped, breathing heavily, I turned to look back at the cottage, which was silent and dark, looking like a normal country house. But in one of the upstairs windows, I saw the silhouette of a woman in old-fashioned clothes, her face twisted into a malevolent smile. As I watched, she raised her hand and waved a mocking goodbye, then left, and the window was empty once again. We didn't go back to get our things. We walked through the night, following the road until we reached the nearest town. We never told anyone about what had happened, trying to make sense of the nightmare we had experienced. But in the end, we never returned to the cottage. We left the cottage and all the horrors it contained behind us, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear those whispers. I still feel those invisible eyes watching me from the shadows, and I wonder if we ever really escaped, or if a part of us will always be trapped in that house forever, unwanted guests in someone else's home. Next story. The security camera flashed, and for a split second, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. A shadow where there should have been light, movement, where everything should have been still. At that moment, I knew that this night shift would be different from any other. My name is Mike, and I've been working as a security guard at the City Museum for over 5 years. It's a pretty quiet job, just me, the cameras, and millions of dollars worth of artifacts to keep an eye on, but tonight was different. I leaned in close to the monitor bank and forgot about my coffee as I scanned each screen. Everything seemed normal at first glance, empty, dimly lit rooms displaying the occasional reflection of a glass case. But then I saw it again, a flicker in the Egyptian wing, as if someone had stepped in front of the camera and disappeared. "What the hell?" I muttered, grabbing the controls to rewind the footage, but before I could, another camera failed, this time in the medieval Europe section. My heart began to race. One faulty camera I could explain, but two in different parts of the museum was no coincidence. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, hesitating for a moment before leaving the security office. The hallway stretched out before me, shadows dancing in the beam of my light. Instinct told me to go back and call for backup, but I knew that by the time anyone arrived, whatever was happening might already be over. The sound of my footsteps echoed on the marble floors as I made my way to the Egyptian wing. The air felt heavy, charged with an electricity I couldn't explain. I turned the corner, and the beam of my flashlight caught the golden glow of Tutankhamun's death mask. I swept the light around the room, hoping to see a figure lurking behind a sarcophagus, but there was nothing, just ancient artifacts that remained silent, as they had for centuries. But something caught my eye. A smudge on the glass case that housed a collection of canopic jars. I approached, and my breath fogged the glass as I leaned in to inspect it. It was the mark of a hand. "Mike speaking," I said into my radio. "I have signs of a possible intruder in the Egyptian wing, requesting backup." Static was my only response. I tried again, but the radio remained stubbornly silent. Great. Either it was broken or something was interfering with the signal. Either way, I was alone. I decided to return to the security office, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the building sounded like a footstep. By the time I reached the relative safety of my desk, I was drenched in sweat. The cameras continued to malfunction and move inexplicably. I tried calling the landline, but it wasn't working either. There was no cell phone signal either. It was as if the entire museum had been cut off from the outside world. That's when I noticed that the date and timestamp on the camera footage was all wrong, showing times from hours ago. With trembling hands, I accessed the archived footage, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The footage showed a group of people entering the museum after closing time, moving with purpose, clearly knowing where they were going. I watched in horror as they systematically went through the exhibits, somehow disabling the alarms and bypassing the security measures. But it was what they were doing that really caught my attention. They weren't just stealing artifacts, they were replacing them with perfect replicas. From what I could tell, if I hadn't been watching it happen, I would never have noticed the difference. I fast-forwarded through the footage, and my heart raced when I saw that they were still working in the museum. The timestamp on the last part of the footage was only a few minutes ago. They were still here. I jumped out of my chair, knocking over my cold coffee in the process. I had to do something. I had to stop them. But what could a security guard do against a team of professional thieves? I grabbed my flashlight again and the pepper spray I kept in my desk. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. As I stepped into the hallway, I heard soft voices, but they were getting closer. I hid behind a column, trying to slow my breathing as I listened. "That was the last one," I heard a man's voice say. "Let's get out of here before sunrise." "What about the guard?" That voice was female, low and hoarse. "He took care of that," a third voice replied. "He'll be unconscious for hours. By the time anyone realizes what happened, we'll be long gone." I frowned, but I was right here, wide awake. Then I realized they must have taken Jim, who normally patrolled the West Wing while I monitored the cameras. I hadn't seen him all night. Hadn't even thought to check on him. Guilt and anger washed over me. I should have realized something was wrong when Jim didn't sign in. Now he could be hurt or worse, and these thieves were about to get away with the crime of the century. I couldn't let that happen. I took a deep breath and stepped out of my hiding place. "Freeze! Museum security!" I shouted, pointing my flashlight at the group. They froze for a moment. There appeared to be 5 of them, all dressed in black, carrying large canvas bags that I assumed were filled with priceless artifacts. Then the one in front, a tall man with cold eyes, smiled. "Well, well," he said. "Look who we have here." He turned to his companions. "Take care of him." 2 of them started toward me. I backed away, searching for my pepper spray. "I called for backup," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The police are on their way." The woman laughed. "No, you didn't," she said. "All communications are blocked. You're on your own, Rent-A-Cop." She was right, and we both knew it, but I couldn't give up. I thought about the history of this museum, the thousands of people who came here every day to learn and marvel. I couldn't let these thieves take that away. In a moment of distraction, one of them approached me, but I managed to dodge him and spray the pepper spray. Someone cursed, and I heard coughing, but then a fist hit my jaw, sending me sprawling to the floor. I hit the ground hard, my flashlight slid across the floor, and through my blurry eyes, I saw the leader bend down to pick it up. "You should have stayed in your office," he said in his almost gentle voice. "Now we're going to have to do this the hard way." I tasted blood in my mouth and felt panic rising as I realized how badly outnumbered I was. But miraculously, I heard sirens getting louder by the second. The thieves heard them too, and their heads turned, looking at the windows where blue and red lights were now visible. "The alarms never went off," the woman hissed. I managed to smile even though it hurt. "The silent alarm," I lied. "It was triggered as soon as you entered the building. I guess your technology isn't as good as you thought." The leader raised his boot, pointing the flashlight at me, and I braced myself for the blow, but it didn't come. Instead, the sound of breaking glass filled the air, followed by shouts of, "Police! Freeze!" What happened next was a blur. The boot on my chest disappeared as the thieves scattered. I heard more screams, the sound of running feet, a gunshot that echoed through the cavernous halls of the museum, and then suddenly it was over. I found myself being helped to my feet by a concerned-looking policewoman. "Are you okay?" she asked. I nodded, shaking with the movement. "Yes, I think so." She smiled. "Did you get them?" "We got all 5 of them, plus the artifacts they were trying to steal. You did well to hold them like that." The adrenaline finally wore off as the police officer led me outside. I watched the thieves being put into police cars, and the leader caught my eye as he was being placed in the back of a patrol car. His eyes met mine, cold and promising. "This isn't over," he muttered. I should have been scared, but instead I felt a surge of pride. I had protected the museum and everything in it. As the paramedics examined me, I watched the sun begin to rise over the city. In a few hours, the museum would open as usual, and visitors would come to marvel at artifacts thousands of years old, unaware of how close they had come to losing them forever. And I would be back tomorrow night watching over everything, because that's what I do. That's who I am. I'm the night guard, the invisible protector of history itself, and no matter what happens, I'll be ready. Next story. The scratching sound in my locker grew louder and more insistent. I froze, the textbook forgotten on my lap, as the noise changed from a soft scratch to a frantic scraping. Whatever was in there, it wanted out, and I was terrified to find out what it could be. My name is Jess, and until tonight, my biggest concern was passing my Psychology 101 exam. Funny how priorities can change so quickly when you're faced with the possibility of having a monster in your closet. It all started innocently enough, just another late-night study session in my dorm room, fueled by copious amounts of coffee and the dread of impending exams. My roommate, Sarah, was out for the night, probably at another party. I envied her ability to balance her academic and social life while I was stuck here, drowning in a sea of highlighters and sticky notes. The first scratch was so faint I barely noticed it. I looked up from my textbook, tilting my head to listen. Nothing, just the usual ambient sounds of dorm life. Distant music, muffled voices, and the hum of my old mini fridge. I shrugged and went back to my studies, but then I heard it again. A soft, deliberate scraping sound, like fingernails on wood, coming from my closet. I put my book aside, my eyes fixed on the closed closet door. "Is anyone there?" I asked, feeling immediately foolish for doing so. Who did I expect to answer? A mouse? A raccoon? I let out a shaky laugh, running my hand through my messy hair. I picked up my book again, determined to concentrate, but the words passed before my eyes without meaning. My concentration waned every few seconds, my gaze returning to the closet, half expecting to see the door slowly opening. That's when the scratching really started. It was unmistakable now. A frantic scratching that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the closet, and my mind raced through possibilities. A mouse? A raccoon? How could an animal have gotten in there? I stood up slowly, my legs shaking. Part of me wanted to run out of the room and not look back, but a larger part, the part that had always been too curious for its own good, pushed me forward. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. The scratching intensified, as if whatever was inside knew I was close. I took a deep breath, bracing myself, and pulled the door open. For a moment, all I saw were my clothes hanging neatly in a row. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw it. A figure crouched in the corner of my closet, partially hidden behind a curtain of dresses. The scream caught in my throat, but before I could make a sound, the figure moved. Fast, inhumanly fast. 1 second it was in the closet, and the next it was right in front of me, a hand over my mouth, muffling my belated scream. I found myself staring into a pair of wild, desperate eyes. "Please," the figure whispered, and I realized with a start that it was a young girl, probably no older than me. "Please, you have to help me. They're coming." She slowly removed her hand from my mouth, backing away until she hit the desk. "Who are you? How did you get into my closet?" She glanced nervously at the window and then back at me. "There's no time to explain. They'll be here any minute. You have to hide me." "Hide you from whom? What's going on?" The questions poured out of me, my mind struggling to process the situation. The girl opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, a sound cut through the night. A long, mournful howl, but with a predatory edge to it. Something hungry. The color drained from the girl's face. "They're here," she whispered. I went to the window and peered into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then a movement caught my eye. Shadows moving across the courtyard with unnatural speed. They were heading straight for my dorm. "What are those things?" I asked, my voice almost inaudible, and the girl joined me at the window, her body tense. "Hunters," she said. "They're after me, and they won't stop until they find me." I turned to look at her, really looked at her for the first time. She was pale, almost translucent in the dim light of my desk lamp. Her clothes were tattered and dirty, as if she had been running for a long time. But it was her eyes that caught my attention. They were old, tired eyes that didn't seem to match her young face. "Why are they after you?" I asked, even as another part of my brain screamed at me to stop asking questions and start running. At that moment, I saw something glint behind her eyes, something inhuman. "Because of what I am," she said softly. "Because of what I can do." As if to prove it, she held out her hand, and before my incredulous eyes, a small flame appeared in her palm, dancing and flickering with a life of its own. I staggered backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen in real life. They happened in books, in movies, not in a college dorm on a Tuesday night. She closed her hand, extinguishing the flame. Her eyes were pleading. "Please," she said, "I know this is crazy. I know you have no reason to trust me. But if they find me, they'll kill me and anyone who gets in their way." I looked back out the window. The shadows were at the entrance to my dorm. In a matter of minutes, they would be here. I made a decision that would change the course of my life forever. "I'll help you," I said, surprised by the firmness of my voice. "What are we going to do?" Relief flooded her face. "Thank you," she breathed. And then it all began. "We need to get out of here. Is there an exit at the back of the building?" I nodded. "Fire escape, but we're on the 3rd floor." "That's okay. I can get us down safely. Do you trust me?" I hesitated for a moment and took her hand. It was warm, almost hot to the touch. "I must be crazy," I murmured. She gave me a grim smile. "Probably, but crazy is better than dead." I rushed across the room, grabbing my backpack and stuffing a few essential items inside. As we were about to leave, I hesitated when I glanced at my desk, where my textbook lay open. It seemed so surreal, this remnant of my normal life, juxtaposed with the madness of the current situation. "Let's go," the girl insisted, tugging at my hand. I nodded, averting my eyes from the desk. We slipped into the hallway, our footsteps muffled by the threadbare carpet. I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. The hunters were inside. We ran down the hallway, and at the end a red exit sign glowed like a beacon of hope. As we reached it, a door behind us swung open. I looked back and immediately wished I hadn't. The figure in the doorway was vaguely human, but its body rippled and shifted as if it couldn't decide on a single form. "Run," it shouted, pushing me through the fire exit. The cold night air hit me like a slap in the face as we reached the fire escape. Without hesitation, the girl jumped over the railing and pulled me with her. I wanted to scream, but the sound caught in my throat as we fell, and impossibly, our descent was as if we were floating gently, carried by an invisible force. We touched the grass below us softly. Above, I could hear growls and the sound of metal tearing as the hunters destroyed the fire escape. "Let's go," the girl said, already running. "We need to get to the woods. I can lose them there." I followed her, my legs moving almost of their own accord as we ran across the open area of the quad. I heard a thud behind us as the hunters jumped down, completely avoiding the fire escape. We reached the tree line just as another howl pierced the night. The hunters were catching up to us, their shapes shifting and changing as they ran. The girl led me deeper into the forest, weaving between the trees with an agility that denoted long practice. I stumbled behind her, branches slapping my face and roots threatening to trip me at every step. "There's a place," she gasped between breaths, "a safe place if we can get there." I wanted to ask more questions, but I needed all my breath to run. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter as we went deeper into the forest, but I knew I shouldn't think we'd lost them. Finally, after what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, we came to a small clearing. In the center was a ring of stones that glowed faintly. The girl pulled me toward the circle of stones, quickly telling me to get inside. I hesitated at the edge of the circle, suddenly unsure. This was crazy. Magic, monsters, mysterious glowing stones. None of this could be real. A nearby growl made the decision for me. I stepped into the circle and the effect was immediate. A warmth spread through me and the sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the distant howls, all disappeared. It was as if we were in a bubble separate from the rest of the world. The girl let out a sigh of relief and knelt down. "We're safe," she said. "For now." I looked at her, this strange girl who had turned my world upside down in an hour. "Who are you?" She held my gaze with a small, sad smile on her face. "My name is Lily," she said, "and I'm about to tell you a story that will change everything you thought you knew about the world." I settled in to listen, knowing that my life would never be the same again. What had once seemed trivial was now a relic of a simpler time. In this new reality, I was sure of one thing. Nothing would ever be normal again. And strangely, I was okay with that. Next story. The forest had seemed so inviting in the daylight. Now that darkness was falling and the trees stood like silent sentinels, I realized how foolish I had been. Alone, the eerie sounds echoing through the forest told me I wasn't the only thing awake in this wilderness. My name is Alex, and I've always considered myself an experienced hiker. I had tackled challenging trails before and prided myself on my navigation skills, but as I stood there surrounded by an impenetrable wall of trees, I felt like a complete novice. The day had started with a perfectly clear sky, a gentle breeze, and a new trail. I was eager to explore. I carried very little, just water, energy bars, and my trusty compass. I had told myself I would be back before sunset, no problem. But somewhere along the way, things went wrong. Maybe it was when I decided to leave the trail to check out that interesting rock formation, or when I stopped to watch a deer and her fawn, losing track of time. Whatever the reason, by the time I realized I was off course, the sun was already setting below the horizon. I grabbed my compass and stared at it, but in my panic, the directions seemed to blur together. North, south, everything looked the same in this green maze. Come on, try to stay calm, I told myself. You've been in tough situations before, just think it through. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to concentrate. I knew I was heading east when I started, so if I turned around and headed west, I should eventually find the trail again. With renewed determination, I set off in what I hoped was the right direction, but as I walked, the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees grew denser and their branches more menacing. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, making me jump at every rustle of leaves. The light was almost gone, and now the forest floor was plunged into a sinister twilight. I searched for my flashlight in my backpack, cursing under my breath when I couldn't find it. A branch snapped somewhere to my left and I turned, my heart pounding. "Is anyone there?" I shouted, immediately regretting it the next second. If there was something out there, I had just announced my presence. Silence answered me, but it was a heavy silence, full of potential energy. I could feel eyes on me, watching from the darkness. I just needed to get out of there and find some sign of civilization. But the faster I walked, the more I came across trees that I could have sworn I had passed before. Was I walking in circles? Then I heard the howl. It wasn't the sound of any animal I recognized. Too deep, too wrong. I held my breath, straining my ears. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it again, closer this time. Panic seized me and I ran. Branches slapped my face, roots seemed to stretch out to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I could hear something hitting the bushes behind me, gaining ground with every passing second. Suddenly, I came out into a clearing. The sudden moonlight blinded me momentarily. As my eyes adjusted, I saw a figure standing across the clearing. Relief flooded me. "Hello!" I shouted, waving my arms. "I'm lost, can you help me?" The figure didn't move. As I got closer, I realized something was wrong. It was very tall, very quiet, and its proportions were wrong. I stopped suddenly, and my relief turned to ice in my veins. That wasn't a person. I didn't know what it was, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to run. The thing's head moved toward me, and in the moonlight, I could see eyes glowing an unnatural green and a mouth full of too many teeth. I turned and ran back toward the trees. I didn't care which direction I was going or if there was even a way out. My only thought was to get away from that thing in the clearing. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. When I couldn't run anymore, I collapsed against a tree, breathing heavily. The forest was silent again, but it was a tense silence, full of expectation. As I sat there trying to catch my breath and calm my racing heart, I noticed a soft glow coming from my right. At first, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but as I focused on it, the glow grew stronger. I started moving toward the light, and as I got closer, I realized it was coming from a small cave, half hidden by dense vegetation. Every horror movie I had ever seen screamed at me not to go in, but the alternative was to stay out here in the dark, with whatever that thing in the clearing was. I took a deep breath and entered the cave. The source of the glow became apparent immediately. Strange luminescent fungi covered the walls, casting a soft blue-green light throughout the small space. But it wasn't the fungi that caught my attention. In the center of the cave was a stone pedestal, and on top of it was an ancient book. I approached cautiously, expecting something to jump out at me, but nothing happened. The book was open, its leather cover worn and weathered by age. Against my better judgment, I reached out and opened it. The pages were filled with strange symbols and diagrams, none of which made sense to me. But as I leafed through, a loose page fell out and I picked it up. Looking at the faded handwriting, I noticed that it was in English, unlike the rest of the book. It was a warning, a description of the creatures that lived in these woods, ancient beings that had been here long before humans, beings that did not take kindly to intruders. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the thing in the clearing. Was that what the note was talking about? The next part of the note described a ritual, a way to appease these creatures and ensure safe passage through their domain. It seemed absurd, like something out of a fantasy novel, but after what I had seen tonight, I was willing to believe anything. I memorized the ritual as best I could, then tucked the note into my pocket. A growl from outside made me freeze. It was back and had found me. I could see its silhouette at the entrance to the cave, blocking the moonlight. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, fixed on me. With trembling hands, I began the ritual. I didn't have the items the note mentioned, but I hoped the intention would be enough. I spoke the words phonetically, without understanding their meaning, but putting every ounce of desperation I had into them. When I finished the last word, the creature lunged forward. I closed my eyes, preparing for impact, but nothing happened. I opened my eyes and saw that the cave was empty. The creature had disappeared as if it had never been there. Even its silhouette at the entrance was gone. For a long moment, I stood there, barely daring to breathe. Had it worked? Or was it just the calm before the storm? Gathering my courage, I left the cave, and the forest was different. The oppressive darkness had dissipated, and I could see a faint path leading away from the cave, softly illuminated by the moonlight. I followed the path with my heart in my throat. Every shadow still seemed to hide potential dangers, but the deep terror I had felt earlier had dissipated. After hours, but it was probably only a few minutes, I heard a sound that made me want to cry with relief. Cars. I reached the road, crossed the line of trees, and saw the asphalt shining in the moonlight. I finally allowed myself to believe that I was safe. I stuck out my thumb, and the first car that passed stopped to give me a ride. With my torn clothes and wild eyes, the elderly couple in the car were skeptical at first, but something in my face must have convinced them that I was truly in danger. They asked me questions I couldn't answer. How could I explain what had happened? Who would believe me? As we drove away from the forest, I looked back for a moment and thought I saw those green eyes between the trees. But then, we turned a corner and the forest disappeared from view. I never went hiking alone again after that night, and I never returned to that forest. But sometimes, when the night is dark and the wind whispers through the trees, I remember the terror, the strange cave, the ritual, and I wonder if it was all real, or just a nightmare born of fear and exhaustion. But then, I feel the weight of that note in my pocket, the note I couldn't get rid of, and I know that the forest has secrets, and some of them are best left alone. Next story. The scream that pierced the night was the most terrifying sound I've ever heard. It wasn't just the volume or the speed that froze me to the bone, but the recognition that it was my daughter's voice, and she was no longer in her sleeping bag next to me. I'm Jack, and what started as a fun family camping trip turned into a nightmare. My wife Sarah and I took our children, Emma, 8, and Liam, 6, to Whispering Pines Campground for a long weekend of outdoor adventures. We were fishing and roasting marshmallows around the campfire. Everything was perfect until the scream woke me from a deep sleep, and I reached for my flashlight. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. The beam of light revealed Sarah already unzipping the tent, her face a mask of panic. "Emma!" I shouted, my voice hoarse from sleep and fear. "Emma, where are you?" Only the eerie silence of the forest at night answered. I rushed out of the tent after Sarah, almost tripping over Liam, who was starting to stir, awakened by the commotion. "Stay in the tent, buddy," I told him, trying to keep my voice calm. The campsite was bathed in silvery moonlight, and everything looked normal at first glance. Our campfire, our cooler, the kids' bikes leaning against a tree. But Emma's sleeping bag, which we had let her put outside the tent because she wanted to sleep under the stars, was empty. Sarah was already at the edge of the camp, shining her flashlight into the forest. I joined her, and the beam from my flashlight cut through the darkness. The trees seemed to loom over us, their branches casting strange, shifting shadows. Every crackling twig made me jump. "We need to split up," I said, trying to think logically through the fog of panic. "You go that way, and I'll go this way." Sarah nodded, her face pale in the moonlight, and headed off in one direction. I plunged into the woods in the other direction, calling Emma's name every few steps. The forest seemed to swallow my voice, the darkness closing in around me. I stumbled over roots and rocks, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly as I ran. My mind raced with possibilities. Had she wandered into the woods in her sleep? Had an animal dragged her away, or something worse? I don't know how long I searched, but time seemed to stretch and warp. It felt like hours. My throat was sore from screaming. My legs ached from running over the uneven ground, but I couldn't stop. My little girl was out there somewhere, alone and scared. Suddenly I heard Sarah's voice in the distance. "Jack, Jack, come quick!" I ran toward her voice. I entered a small clearing and found Sarah kneeling on the ground, holding something in her hands. As I got closer, I realized it was Emma's favorite stuffed animal, a worn rabbit she had had since she was a baby. She wouldn't go anywhere without it. "Jack, what's going on?" I knelt down beside her and picked up the stuffed rabbit. It was dirty and slightly damp, as if it had been lying on the forest floor for some time. I realized what this meant. Emma hadn't just wandered off into the woods. Something had taken her. As if in response to that thought, a branch snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond the clearing. Sarah and I spun around, our flashlights scanning the line of trees. "Who's there?" I called, trying to sound braver than I felt. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I saw a pair of eyes reflecting the light from our flashlight, too high off the ground to be a normal forest animal. As I watched in horror, more pairs of eyes appeared. They were surrounding us. Sarah's grip on my arm tightened, and she whispered, "What are those things?" Before I could answer, one of the creatures stepped into the clearing. In the dim light, I could make out a vaguely humanoid shape, but there was nothing human about its movements. My instincts screamed for me to run, but I stood my ground. These things had my daughter, I was sure of it, and I wasn't leaving without her. "Where is my daughter?" I demanded, surprised by the firmness of my voice. The creature tilted its head, an eerily human gesture, and then spoke. Its voice was like rustling leaves and creaking branches, barely recognizable as speech. "The young one," it said, "is safe. For now." Sarah let out a muffled sob beside me. I squeezed her hand, trying to draw strength from her presence. "What do you want?" I asked. The creature approached, its companions remaining at the edge of the clearing. I could see it more clearly now. Its skin was like tree bark. Its limbs were very long and articulated in the wrong places. Its face was a nightmare of knots and swirls, with those reflective eyes in hollow sockets. "We are the guardians of this forest," the creature said. "For centuries we have protected these forests from those who would harm them. Your kind has forgotten the old ways, the respect due to wild places." I swallowed hard, trying to process what I was hearing. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a hallucination, a dream caused by panic and exhaustion, but the weight of Emma's stuffed rabbit in my hand was all too real. "We didn't mean to disrespect you," I said carefully. "We're just a family at a campsite. Please, we just want our daughter back." I swallowed hard, trying to process what I was hearing. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a hallucination, a dream caused by panic and exhaustion, but the weight of Emma's stuffed rabbit in my hand was all too real. "We didn't mean to disrespect you," I said carefully. "We're just a family at a campsite. Please, we just want our daughter back." The creature made a sound that could have been a laugh. "Intentions don't matter. The forest demands balance. One life for the lives your kind has taken." My blood ran cold as I realized what she was saying. They wanted to keep Emma and sacrifice her. The thought was too horrible to contemplate. "No," I said, surprised by the ferocity in my voice. "Let her go. Take me instead." Sarah gasped beside me, but I insisted. "I'm her father. I'm responsible for bringing her here. If someone has to pay the price, it should be me." The creature looked at me silently for a long moment, and to my surprise nodded. "I accept your offer," it said. "The young woman will be returned, but you must come with us." Relief flooded through me, followed quickly by fear. I turned to Sarah, seeing the terror and anguish in her eyes. "I have to do this," I said softly. "Get Emma and Liam out of here and don't come back." Sarah shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "Jack, no. There has to be another way." But we both knew there wasn't. I pulled her close to me, kissing her hard, and said, "I love you." I whispered, "Tell the children I love them too." And before I lost my nerve, I turned back to the creature and said, "I'm ready." As if in a trance, Emma staggered out of the forest, across the clearing, and Sarah ran to her, catching her in her arms. Emma looked dazed, but unharmed. I allowed myself one last look at my family. Sarah met my eyes over Emma's head, her gaze full of love and sadness. Then the creatures approached me, their bodies like tree bark surrounding me. My family's voices faded behind me. I heard Sarah's voice explaining to a confused Emma that Daddy had to be away for a while. My heart ached, but I knew I had made the right choice. We went deeper into the forest, the darkness deepening with every step. I didn't know what awaited me, the price I would have to pay, but as long as my family was safe, I was ready to face whatever came next. As we walked, the creature that had spoken to me approached. "Few would make such a sacrifice," she said, her voice like the wind through dry leaves. "Perhaps there is hope for your kind." But I did not reply. What could I say? That I was terrified, that I already missed my family with a pain that felt physical, that I was angry at the injustice of it all. Instead, I walked on in silence, leaving behind the world I knew and entering a realm of ancient magic and forgotten bargains. The forest had demanded a price, and I had paid it. Whatever came next, I would face it knowing that my children were safe. And as the last echoes of the human world faded behind me, I realized that this was more than just a father's sacrifice. It was the beginning of something new, a bridge between two worlds that had long been separated. Maybe, just maybe, there was a greater purpose to it all. And with that thought to sustain me, I walked toward the heart of Whispering Pines. Next story, the silver picture frame on my nightstand was facing down. I was sure I had left it there the night before, smiling at the family photo inside. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that this wasn't the first time I'd noticed things out of place lately. I'm Lauren, a 34-year-old marketing executive who recently moved into a spacious house in the suburbs after years of living in a cramped apartment in the city. I was excited to have more space, But with a demanding job and a house too big for one person to manage, I decided to hire a housekeeper and came across Mrs. Phillips, a stern-looking woman in her 60s with impeccable references. She seemed perfect, efficient, meticulous, and available to work the hours I needed. At first, she was worth her weight in gold. The first few weeks were great. I would come home to a spotless house with the laundry done, and sometimes even a meal prepared and waiting in the fridge. Mrs. Phillips was a godsend, allowing me to focus on my work without drowning in household chores. But then little things started to seem odd. It started with small inconsistencies. A book on the coffee table that I didn't remember leaving there. The order of my shoes in the closet slightly rearranged. My favorite mug in a different cabinet. At first, I thought maybe I was more forgetful than I realized, that the stress of my job was getting to me. But as the occurrences became more frequent and noticeable, an uneasy feeling of discomfort began to grow. One night, I came home and found my laptop open on the kitchen counter. I always kept it in my office and certainly hadn't left it on. I checked the browser history and found searches for my name, family members, and my company. My heart raced. When I confronted Mrs. Phillips the next day, her reaction was strangely calm, almost rehearsed. She apologized profusely, claiming she had only used the laptop to research a cleaning technique and must have accidentally clicked on some pop-ups. Her explanation seemed plausible, but something in her eyes made me uneasy. I decided to be more vigilant and started taking pictures of the rooms before leaving for work, comparing them to how I found them when I returned. The changes were subtle but undeniable. A pillow slightly out of place, a drawer not fully closed, my clothes arranged in a different order than I had left them. The last straw was when I noticed that my personal documents had been rummaged through. The folder I kept in my desk drawer was slightly out of place. When I opened it, I realized that someone had been looking at my financial statements and insurance policies. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every corner of the house, every shadow seemed threatening. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone was invading my privacy. In the morning, with blurry eyes and at my wit's end, I made a decision. I needed to find out what was really going on when I wasn't home. I took the day off work and set up a small camera in the living room, hidden among my books, and pretended to go out for the day, driving around the block and parking where I could see my house. My heart pounded as I watched Mrs. Phillips arrive and go inside. The hours dragged on as I sat in the car, alternating between watching the house and checking the camera on my phone. At first, everything seemed normal. Mrs. Phillips cleaned the house, did the laundry, and went about her usual chores. But around noon, her behavior changed. She began moving around the house with determination, opening drawers and cabinets, clearly looking for something. I watched in horror as she entered my bedroom and went straight to my closet, pulling out a small box I kept hidden in the back, a box that contained old family heirlooms and personal items. My breath caught in my throat as she opened it, carefully examining each item inside. I couldn't take it anymore. I got out of the car and ran to the house, fumbling with my keys in my haste to get inside. "Mrs. Phillips," I called out as I entered, trying to keep my voice steady. I forgot some papers I need for a meeting and came to grab them quickly. There was a moment of silence, then the sound of hurried footsteps. At the top of the stairs, her normally impassive face showed a flash of surprise before calming down. She said, her voice overly cheerful, "I didn't expect you back so soon. I was just finishing tidying your room." I forced a smile, my mind racing. "I'll just grab what I need and get out of your way." Mrs. Phillips, watching me closely, my skin prickled, but I kept my composure. When I entered my room, the box was back in the closet but slightly out of place. My hands trembled as I pretended to look for papers on my desk. "Mrs. Phillips," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Have you seen a blue folder anywhere? I could have sworn I left it on my desk." "No, I'm afraid not," she replied, hovering in the doorway. but I'd be happy to help you look for it." "That's okay," I said quickly. "I probably left it in the office. Anyway, I have to get going." Very aware of Mrs. Phillips' eyes on me as I drove, my mind was in turmoil. What was she looking for? Why was she so interested in my personal belongings? I watched the camera footage, seeing Mrs. Phillips methodically search my home. She seemed to be looking for something specific, but what? The next morning, I called Mrs. Phillips and told her I wouldn't need her services that day, then began my own search of the house, looking for anything out of place, any clue as to what she might be looking for. In my office, I found a small piece of paper tucked into a book with a series of numbers written on it, a phone number I didn't recognize. With trembling hands, I dialed the number, and a gruff male voice answered. "Yes, who is this?" My voice was barely a whisper. There was a pause, and then, "Who's asking?" My heart was racing, thinking about what I had stumbled upon. Over the next few days, I became a detective in my own home. I discovered more hidden notes, heard Mrs. Phillips talking quietly on the phone when she thought I wasn't around, and once I could have sworn I saw her taking pictures of my mail. I was living on edge, jumping at every sound, checking every lock. I knew I should go to the police, but what would I tell them? That my housekeeper was very meticulous, and that I had a hunch she was up to something nefarious. At night, when I woke up to the sound of my office door creaking, I lay in bed, listening to soft footsteps downstairs. Mrs. Phillips had a key for emergencies, but this was not an emergency. Silently, I got out of bed and crept down the stairs with my phone in my hand, 911 already dialed and ready to go. As I approached the office, I could see a sliver of light under the door. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Mrs. Phillips was there, holding a flashlight in one hand and a stack of papers in the other. She looked up, her eyes wide with shock. "Mrs. Phillips," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, "I think it's time you told me what's really going on here." She looked like she was about to deny everything, then her shoulders slumped, and she sank into the chair at my desk. "I suppose there's no point in hiding it anymore," she said. "I'm not really a housekeeper, miss. I'm a private investigator." "But why? Who hired you, Mrs. Phillips, if that was your real name?" "Your father hired me. He's been trying to find you for years." I felt as if the floor had fallen out from under me. "But my father is dead. He died when I was a child." She shook her head. "That's what your mother told you, but he's very much alive and has been looking for you ever since your mother took you and disappeared." As I processed this information, memories I had suppressed for a long time came flooding back. Fights between my parents, muffled phone calls, the sudden move in the middle of the night when I was 10. "Why?" I managed to ask. "Why didn't he find us sooner?" "Your mother was very thorough in covering her tracks," Mrs. Phillips explained. "It took years of investigation to finally find her. Your father just wants a chance to explain and make things right." I sank to the floor, my legs unable to support me. My entire life, everything I thought I knew about my family, had been a lie. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow through the office windows, I made a decision. I looked at Mrs. Phillips, the woman who had invaded my privacy, but who, in a twisted way, had also brought the truth to light. "I want to meet him," I said, my voice little more than a whisper. There was a genuine smile on her face. "He'll be so happy to hear that. He never stopped loving you, you know." As she picked up her phone to make the call, I sat on the floor of my office, watching the dawn of a new day and the dawn of a new chapter in my life. The truth had been hidden in my home all along, disguised as a maid with a feather duster. I didn't know what the future held for me, what explanations or revelations awaited me, but I knew one thing for sure. Nothing in my life would ever be the same again. Are you still there? If so, subscribe to the channel and leave it a like. It helps me to tell these stories to more listeners. Next story. The moment I saw her thumb emerge from the shadows, I knew I should have kept driving, but loneliness and fatigue are a dangerous combination, especially on a road that seems to stretch endlessly into the night. I slowed down, my headlights illuminating a figure that would haunt my nightmares for many years to come. My name is Jake, and I'm a long-haul truck driver, 18 years on the road. I thought I'd seen it all, but nothing could have prepared me for that night on Route 66. I had been driving for hours trying to meet a deadline. The radio had long since turned to static, and my thermos of coffee was empty. The monotony of the highway was starting to play tricks on my eyes, making the yellow lines dance and sway. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the shoulder of the road. In the split second it took me to pass him, our eyes met in the side mirror. There was something in that look that made my skin crawl, but exhaustion overcame my common sense. I stepped on the brakes and the truck groaned to a halt. I watched in the mirror as the hitchhiker approached. He moved strangely, like a puppet with tangled strings. When he got closer, I could see more details. Tall and thin, wearing a wool jacket despite the warm night, his face in shadows. "Where are you going?" I asked when he reached the passenger door. His voice, when he answered, was like gravel being crushed. "Wherever you're going." Every instinct I had screamed at me to put the truck in gear and get out of there, but a sense of decency made me reach out and unlock the door. He got in, his movement still jerky and uncoordinated. Up close, he smelled of damp earth and something metallic I couldn't identify. I tried not to breathe too deeply as I turned back onto the highway. "My name is Jake," I said, more to break the uncomfortable silence than out of any real desire to talk. He replied after what seemed like an eternity, "John Smith." Right, and I'm Santa Claus, I thought, but didn't pursue it. Rule number 1 for hitchhiking: don't ask too many questions. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the noise of the tires on the asphalt and the occasional ping of insects hitting the windshield. I kept glancing at my passenger. Something about him seemed strange. His quietness wasn't natural, as if he wasn't very comfortable in his own skin. "So, where are you from, John?" I asked, unable to stand the silence any longer. He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice had a dreamy, distant quality to it. "A place where the sun never sets and the streets are paved with bones." I laughed nervously, trying to make it sound like a joke. "Vegas?" John didn't laugh, just stared at me with those hollow eyes. "You have no idea," he muttered. The truck cab suddenly felt very small and very cold. I turned up the heat, but it didn't seem to make a difference. John looked back out the window, watching the darkness pass by as the miles rolled by. My uneasiness grew. John's presence seemed to suck all the warmth and light out of the world. The familiar road seemed strange and threatening, shadows deepening at the edges of my headlights. I was about to suggest we stop at the next rest area when John spoke again. "Do you believe in monsters, Jake?" The question sent a chill down my spine. "I can't say I do," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. John looked back at me with those dead eyes. "Look at the road, not the steering wheel, buddy. I don't know what your problem is, but don't..." I didn't get to finish my sentence because, at that moment, John began to change, starting with his skin, which seemed to ripple and shift as if something were moving beneath it. Then his face began to elongate, transforming into something inhuman. I watched in horror as his fingers lengthened and turned into claws that tore through the worn fabric of his gloves. I slammed on the brakes and the truck swerved to a stop in the middle of the highway. I tried to grab the door handle, desperate to escape whatever was happening next to me, but John, or whatever had been John, was faster. A clawed hand reached out, grabbing my arm with inhuman strength. I screamed in pain and fear, struggling to break free. "Jake!" the creature growled, its voice a hellish distortion of John's coarse tones. "The fun is just beginning." I lunged blindly, and my fist connected with something that felt like cold flesh. The thing that was John howled, a sound that made my blood run cold. Its grip loosened enough for me to free my arm, and I threw myself out of the truck. I hit the asphalt hard, felt pain in my shoulder, but the adrenaline kept me moving. I got up and ran, not daring to look back. The sound of tearing metal filled the air, followed by an inhuman roar. Against my better judgment, I looked over my shoulder, and what I saw almost stopped my heart. The creature had torn the roof of the cab like tissue paper, and was towering over the truck like a nightmarish amalgamation of man and beast. Its skin was a patchwork of scales and fur, its face a twisted mask of fangs and glowing eyes. I ran faster than I had ever run in my life, my lungs burning as I sprinted down the highway, but I could hear it behind me, its heavy footsteps pounding the ground. She was toying with me, I realized. She could have caught me at any moment. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I saw lights in the distance. A gas station, a beacon of hope in the darkness. I pushed harder, praying I could reach it before the creature caught up with me. I risked another glance behind me and saw the creature retreating, shrinking into a more human form as it disappeared into the shadows beside the road. I stumbled into the gas station parking lot, gasping for breath. The attendant looked up from his magazine, his eyes widening at my disheveled appearance. "Are you okay, man?" he asked, already reaching for the phone. I shook my head, collapsing onto the cracked linoleum floor as the attendant called the police. I lay there, waiting to see those glowing eyes watching me from the darkness. The police arrived quickly. They found my truck abandoned on the highway, the cab open like a sardine can. There was no sign of John or the creature he had become. They didn't believe my story, of course. Who would? They attributed it to exhaustion and possible dehydration, maybe even a hallucination caused by spoiled truck stop food. But they couldn't explain the claw marks on my arm or the gray prints they found around my truck. I quit my job as a truck driver after that night and couldn't get back behind the wheel to face those long, dark stretches of highway. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat from the memory. I don't know what John was or where he came from, but I know there are things out there in the darkness, things that defy explanation and sometimes hitch a ride. So if you're driving down a lonely stretch of highway and you see a lone figure with their thumb out, keep driving. You never know who or what you might be letting into your life. As for me, I'll stick to daylight from now on and never hitch a ride again as long as I live. Some rides just aren't worth the risk. Next story. The moment I saw him in the rearview mirror, I knew it wasn't going to be a normal night bus ride. His gaze, hidden under a dark hood, seemed to pierce right through me, igniting a primal fear I couldn't shake. It was the beginning of a journey that would push me to the edge of sanity. My name is Mia, and I'm a graduate student at the local university. That night, I was returning to campus after visiting my parents for the weekend. It was a 4-hour trip, and I had opted for a cheaper night bus to save money. Big mistake. The bus was almost empty when I boarded, with only a few passengers scattered about. I chose a seat near the middle and settled in for what I hoped would be a quiet ride. As we pulled out of the station, I noticed him for the first time, a figure in a dark hoodie sitting at the very back of the bus. At first I didn't think much of it, just another passenger, right? But as the miles passed and the other passengers gradually got off at various stops, I realized that it was just me, the driver, and the hooded figure on the bus. That's when I got that tingling sensation on the back of my neck that told me I was being watched. I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, but every time I looked in the rearview mirror above the driver's seat, I saw those eyes staring at me. I couldn't see his face clearly in the dim light of the bus, but there was something unsettling about the intensity of his gaze, which never wavered, never blinked, just 2 points of light in the darkness fixed on me. I tried to distract myself by looking out the window, but all I could see was my own reflection in the endless darkness. Aside from the soft hum of the engine and the occasional bump in the road, The only sounds breaking the eerie silence were my own breathing and the beating of my racing heart. After what seemed like an eternity, I decided to change seats in the hope of breaking the line of sight between me and my unwanted observer. I gathered my things and moved to a seat closer to the front, avoiding looking at the back of the bus. For a few happy moments, I felt relieved, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a movement. The hooded figure had also changed seats, keeping the same distance between us. My heart began to race. It couldn't be a coincidence. I thought about asking the driver to stop and let me out early, but we were in the middle of nowhere, and the idea of being stuck on a dark, deserted road seemed even worse than staying on the bus. I tried to call someone, but of course there was no signal. We were passing through a dead zone, isolated from the rest of the world. The next hour was the longest of my life. I sat rigid in my seat, every muscle tense, straining to hear any sound of movement behind me. A few times I thought I heard soft footsteps, but when I turned my head to look, the hooded figure was always in the same place, eyes fixed on me. As we approached the outskirts of the city, I began to relax a little. We were almost there, just a little further, and I would be safe. That's when it happened. The bus lurched forward, the engine sputtering and dying. We came to a stop on the side of the road, and the interior lights flickered ominously before going out. "Sorry, folks," the driver shouted in an unusually loud voice in the sudden silence. "Looks like we've got some kind of engine trouble. I'll take a quick look." I wanted to yell at him not to leave and tell him about the scary passenger in the back, but my voice seemed to be stuck in my throat. I watched helplessly as he got off the bus, leaving me alone with him in the darkness. I couldn't see the hooded figure in the mirror anymore, but I could feel its oppressive and threatening presence. The silence stretched on, broken only by my irregular breathing. Then I heard it. Soft footsteps slowly climbing the aisle of the bus. Panic seized me. I had to get out of there. Without thinking, I bolted from my seat, stumbling toward the front of the bus. My hand shook as I struggled with the door and finally managed to open it. I fell onto the road, the cold night air hitting me like a slap in the face. There was no sign of the driver. I had no idea how long it had been since he left, minutes or hours. Time seemed to have lost all meaning. I started running, my feet pounding the asphalt. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get out. Behind me, I heard the bus door open again. He was coming after me. My lungs burned as I ran, pushing myself harder than ever. But no matter how fast I went, I could hear him behind me, his footsteps steady and relentless. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw lights ahead, a gas station, a beacon of hope in the darkness. With a final burst of energy, I ran toward it and entered through the door, startling the sleepy-looking attendant behind the counter. "I'm out of breath. You have to help me. Someone is after me." His eyes widened at my disheveled appearance, and he grabbed the phone, already dialing, as he asked, "Who's behind you?" But when I turned to point out the window and show him my pursuer, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was no one there. The road was empty and stretched into the darkness in both directions. The police arrived shortly after, and their questions only increased my confusion and fear. They found no sign of the hooded figure, no evidence of anyone following me. The bus was where we had left it, with the driver working on the engine, completely unaware of what had happened. As the adrenaline wore off, doubt began to creep in. Had I imagined it all? Could the stress of college and lack of sleep have caused me to hallucinate? Even as I tried to rationalize what had happened, I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, that unflinching stare that had followed me all night. Real or not, the fear was genuine. The police officer offered to drive me back to campus, an offer I gratefully accepted. As we pulled away from the gas station, I couldn't help but look back one last time, and for a moment, I thought I saw a hooded figure standing in the light, watching me leave. I never took the night bus again after that. The incident left me nervous and paranoid for weeks. jumping at shadows and avoiding being alone in public spaces. My friends and family were concerned, suggesting therapy or medication to help with what they saw as an anxiety disorder. But I knew what I had experienced, even if I couldn't explain it. There are things out there in the darkness, things that defy rational explanation, and sometimes they ride the night bus waiting for unsuspecting passengers. To this day, I can't see a hooded figure without my heart rate increasing. I avoid traveling alone at night whenever possible. And every now and then, when I'm in a crowded place, I get that familiar tingling sensation at the back of my neck. I look around, but there's never anyone there. But I know that deep down, somewhere out there, those eyes are still watching, waiting for our paths to cross again. So if you ever find yourself on a nearly empty bus late at night and feel like you're being watched, trust your instincts, because sometimes the monsters we fear aren't just in our imagination. Sometimes they're sitting right behind us, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. As for me, I'll stick to traveling in broad daylight from now on. Some trips just aren't worth the risk, because you never know who or what might be sharing your ride. Next story. The moment I saw the gleam in the lake guardian's eyes, I knew we had made a terrible mistake. Our romantic getaway had suddenly turned into a fight for survival, and the quaint inn we had stumbled upon was anything but the cozy retreat it appeared to be. I'm Emily, and my boyfriend Tom and I had been planning this trip for months. We were both swamped with work, me with my law firm and Tom with his startup, and we desperately needed some time away from the city when Tom found this charming B&B online, tucked away in the countryside. That seemed perfect. Picturesque, secluded, and run by a sweet elderly couple. At least that's what we thought. The drive there was beautiful, with winding country roads and rolling hills. As the GPS signal grew fainter, I felt the stress of the city melt away. Tom leaned over and squeezed my hand, a smile on his face I hadn't seen in weeks. "Almost there," he said, as we turned onto a narrow dirt road. "Can you believe this place? It looks like something out of a fairy tale." I had to agree that the old Victorian house in sight was stunning, with its wraparound porch and gingerbread trim. The flower beds overflowed with colorful blooms, and a well-manicured gravel path led to the front door. It was almost too perfect. As we pulled up, the front door swung open, and there stood our hosts, Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins. The Wilkins were the picture of small-town charm, he in a cardigan and bow tie, she in a floral dress and apron. They waved enthusiastically as we got out of the car. "Welcome, welcome," Mrs. Wilkins called, her voice sweet as syrup. "We're so glad you got here safely. Come in, you must be exhausted from your trip." Mr. Wilkins insisted on carrying our bags, despite Tom's protests, as we followed them inside. I couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling that something wasn't right. Their smiles were a little too wide, their hospitality a little too eager. The interior of the B&B was as charming as the exterior, filled with antique furniture and quirky knickknacks. But there was something about it that seemed staged, like a movie set rather than a real home. "Your room is just up these stairs," Mrs. Wilkins said, leading the way. "It's our best room, perfect for a young couple like you." The room was beautiful, with a 4-poster bed and a view of the surrounding countryside, but as Mrs. Wilkins fiddled with the curtains and Mr. Wilkins put our bags on the floor, I noticed that they exchanged a quick glance, just a flash. But in that moment, I saw something cold and calculating in his eyes. "Dinner will be served at 7, announced Mrs. Wilkins. "I hope you'll join us. I've prepared something special." As soon as they left, Tom lay down on the bed with a sigh of satisfaction. "This place is amazing, Em. You were worried for nothing." I tried to smile, but it seemed forced. "Yes, it's great. I'm just tired, I think. Let's freshen up and go down to dinner." The dining room was cozy, with a crackling fireplace and a table set for 4. The Wilkinses were already seated, smiling at us as we entered. Sit down, said Mr. Wilkins. Martha has outdone herself in the kitchen tonight. The food was delicious, I have to admit, but as we ate, I couldn't help but notice how the Wilkins watched us intently, asking questions about our lives, our jobs, our families. There was an intensity to their curiosity that made me more nervous. More wine, dear? Mrs. Wilkins asked, already filling my glass before I could answer. I took a sip to be polite, but my head was already spinning. Tom, on the other hand, was on his third glass and getting more and more excited. This is amazing. You guys are just the best, aren't you? I nodded, trying to get his attention to somehow communicate that we needed to be cautious, but he was oblivious, caught up in the Wilkins charm offensive. As the night wore on, my unease grew. The Wilkins smiles never changed, but their eyes seemed to grow colder and more predatory. Practically dragging Tom away from the table and back to our room, I tried to talk to Tom about my concerns, but he dismissed them. You're being paranoid, he said, his words slightly slurred. They're just nice people. Relax, okay? That's why we're here. I wanted to argue, but exhaustion was getting the better of me. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just the stress of the city making me nervous. I fell into a restless sleep, plagued by strange dreams of being watched. A noise woke me in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it was part of my dream, but then I heard it again, a soft creaking, as if someone were walking on old floorboards. I whispered to Tom, shaking him, but he was unconscious, snoring softly. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting sinister shadows across the room. When my eyes adjusted, I could swear I saw the doorknob slowly turning. I held my breath, wanting it to be my imagination, but then the door began to open, agonizingly inch by inch, and a figure stood silhouetted against the darkness of the hallway. I wanted to scream to wake Tom and do something, but I was paralyzed with fear. The figure took a step into the room, and at that moment, I recognized the outline of Mrs. Wilkins in a floral dress. She approached the bed with an unnatural grace, something glinting in her hand. A knife. My mind raced, trying to understand what was happening. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare. When she reached the foot of the bed, I found my voice. What are you doing? She slowly turned her head toward me. In the dim light, I could see her face. Her gentle expression was gone, replaced by something inhuman, something hungry. Oh my God, she said, her voice no longer sweet but harsh and cold. You shouldn't have woken up. I screamed, and finally Tom woke up, sitting up confused and groggy, while Mrs. Wilkins advanced toward us. What followed was a blur of movement and terror. Tom, still half asleep, fought Mrs. Wilkins while I searched for my phone, but there was no signal, no way to call for help. Push Mrs. Wilkins back, get out of here, Tom yelled. I hesitated for a split second, torn between helping Tom and getting help, but then Mr. Wilkins appeared in the doorway. His gentle demeanor was replaced by the same predatory look as his wife. I ran past Mr. Wilkins and down the stairs, my bare feet pounding the cold wooden floor. I could hear Tom screaming and the sounds of a struggle, but I didn't look back. I ran out the front door and into the cold night air, panting and sobbing. The gravel path cut into my feet as I ran toward our car, searching my pajama pocket for the keys. As I unlocked the car, I heard the front door of the B&B open. Mr. Wilkins was standing on the porch, his face contorted into something almost inhuman. You can't leave, he shouted, his voice a guttural growl. No one ever leaves. With trembling hands, I managed to unlock the car and threw myself inside, locking the doors. When Mr. Wilkins reached the car, he pounded on the window, his face pressed against the glass, his eyes wild and hungry. I turned the key, praying the engine would start, but for a moment it just sputtered. Mercifully, it roared to life, nearly running over Mr. Wilkins as I backed out of the driveway and sped down the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, I could see the Wilkins standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. and in the upstairs window I caught a glimpse of Tom's face, pale and terrified. With tears streaming down my face, the image of Tom in the window was etched in my mind. I should have made him come with me. I should have done anything to save him. When I finally reached a town and found a police station, they didn't believe me. They said I must be hysterical, that I must have had a nightmare or a bad reaction to something I ate. When we returned to the site, there was no Victorian house, no Wilkins, no Tom, just an empty field where I swore the house had been. It's been 2 years since that night, and I haven't stopped searching for answers. I've searched the internet, hired private investigators, and even tried to return to where the B&B was supposed to be, but it's as if it never existed. Every night I still hear Mrs. Wilkins' voice, coldly saying, "You shouldn't have woken up," and I wonder if I really escaped, or if I'm still trapped in that nightmarish B&B, living out a twisted fantasy of escape. All I know is that if you're driving down a lonely country road and come across a charming inn that seems too good to be true, keep driving. Because some places aren't meant to be found, and some hosts aren't what they seem, and if you're not careful, you may check in, but you'll never check out. Next story. The ancient symbols carved into the tree bark seem to pulsate with an otherworldly energy that draws me deeper into the forest. As a park ranger, I had walked these trails thousands of times, but I had never seen anything like this before. Little did I know that my discovery would plunge me into a world of ancient rituals and unspeakable horrors lurking in the heart of the wilderness. My name is Sarah, and I have been a park ranger at Whispering Pines National Park for over a decade. I thought I knew these forests intimately, every twist and turn of the trails, every secret they held, but that day proved me terribly wrong. It all started as a routine patrol. The autumn air was crisp and the leaves crunched under my boots as I made my way along the less traveled trails. I love this time of year, the vibrant colors, the smell of decaying leaves, the silence that settled over the forest as it prepared for winter. I had been walking for about 2 hours when I first noticed something strange, a tree near the trail with odd marks on its trunk. At first, I thought it might be vandalism. We had had problems with that before. But as I got closer, I realized that this was not the work of bored teenagers or overly zealous hikers. The symbols were intricate, clearly carved with precision and care. They looked ancient and resembled Norse runes or Celtic knots, but they were unlike anything I had ever seen in my archaeological studies. And there was something else, a faint glow emanating from the grooves, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. I reached out to touch the carvings, my fingers trembling slightly. The moment my skin made contact, a shock of energy coursed through me, causing me to stumble backward. Suddenly, the world around me seemed more vivid. Colors became brighter, sounds more intense, and for a moment I could have sworn I heard whispers in the wind speaking in a language I couldn't understand. Trying to ignore that strange feeling, I grabbed my camera to document the find. But when I tried to take a picture, the screen went haywire, refusing to focus on the symbols. It was as if they didn't want to be captured. I intended to inform the park archaeologist, but when I turned to continue my patrol, I noticed more symbols on a nearby tree, and on another beyond that, forming a trail that led deeper into the forest, away from the marked paths. Every instinct told me to go back and call for backup before continuing my investigation, but my curiosity was too strong. I had to know where those symbols led, what they meant. As I followed the trail of marked trees, the forest around me began to change. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwined high above to block out the sky. The air became heavy and thick, filled with an earthy, almost metallic smell. And all the while, the whispers continued. I lost track of how long I had been walking when I stumbled into a clearing. What I saw there made me stop in my tracks, and my breath catch in my throat. In the center of the clearing was a circle of standing stones, each at least 10 feet tall, covered with the same symbols I had seen on the trees. but here they glowed more intensely, their light pulsing in unison. The ground inside the circle was bare. The grass and undergrowth had been removed to reveal dark, rich soil. But it was what stood in the center of the stone circle that truly froze me to the bone. A stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I hoped wasn't blood, and surrounding it, a collection of objects that seemed to belong in a nightmare. Bones, feathers, strange crystals, and things I couldn't even identify. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my mind reeling as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I knew about ancient cultures and ruins, but things like this didn't exist, not in the real world, not in my forest. As I struggled with my disbelief, a branch snapped behind me. My heart raced, and I found myself face to face with an old man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. His face aged and serious as he stared at me. "You shouldn't be here," he said in his hoarse, low voice, "for this place is not for the uninitiated." I opened my mouth to respond and demand answers, but before I could speak, more figures emerged from the trees. They wore dark clothes, and their faces were hidden in deep hoods. They moved with an unnatural grace, forming a loose circle around me. "What is this place? Who are you?" I managed to ask. The old man's expression softened a little. "We are the Guardians," he said. "We protect the ancient ways, the ancient magic that still remains in places like this." "Magic?" I repeated, incredulous. "That's impossible." A humorless smile crossed the old man's face. "Many things are possible in this world, Ranger, more than you can imagine." As if to prove his point, he raised his hand, and the symbols on the standing stones came to life, their glow intensifying until it was almost blinding. The whispers I had been hearing grew louder, and I felt the ground beneath my feet begin to shake. Panic seized me. I had to get out of there. I had to report what I had found. But when I turned to run, I found my path blocked by the robed figures, who remained silent and motionless, an impenetrable wall between me and escape. "You have a choice to make," said the old man, his voice cutting through the cacophony of whispers. "You can learn our ways and become part of something greater than yourself, or—" He stepped back, but the threat was clear in his eyes. I looked around for a way out, but I was surrounded, trapped in this impossible situation. "Why me?" I asked, pausing to think of a plan. "Why show me all this?" One of the robed figures spoke, their voice ethereal and androgynous. "The forest led you here. It sees something in you." I shook my head, still in shock, trying to accept what was happening. "This is crazy. I'm a forest ranger, not a chosen one." The old man moved closer, his eyes fixed on mine. "The forest makes no mistakes in matters such as this. You were brought here for a reason. The only question is whether you will accept your destiny." As he spoke, the energy in the clearing seemed to intensify. The glowing symbols pulsed faster, the whispers grew louder, and I could feel a strange pressure building in the air around us, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for my answer. I looked at the old man, watching me expectantly. Part of me was terrified and wanted nothing more than to wake up from this nightmare and return to my normal life. But another part, a part I barely recognized, was intrigued and curious about the secrets these people held. "If I said yes," I said slowly, "what would happen next?" The old man's face broke into a genuine smile. "Then your true journey would begin. You will learn things you never dreamed possible and see wonders beyond imagination. But be warned that this path is not easy. There will be trials and sacrifices to be made." I took a deep breath, weighing my options. On the one hand, I could try to run away and report what I had found, but deep down, I knew I would never succeed. And even if I did, who would believe me? On the other hand, saying yes meant entering a world I didn't understand, leaving behind everything I knew. It was terrifying, but also exciting. At that moment, standing in that impossible clearing, surrounded by ancient magic, I made my choice. I want to learn, The elder nodded solemnly and let the initiation begin. What happened next is difficult to describe. The robed figures began to chant, their voices mingling with the whispers that filled the air. The symbols on the stones glowed with intense light, and I felt a wave of energy pass through me. It was painful and ecstatic at the same time, as if I were being undone and remade in the blink of an eye. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath, and the world around me seemed different, clearer and more vibrant. I could feel the pulse of life in every tree, every blade of grass, and the whispers. I could understand them now. The old man helped me to my feet, a look of pride on his face. "Welcome, sister," he said. "Your new life begins now." As the robed figures gathered around me, welcoming me into their flock, I took one last look at the trail that had brought me here. My old life, my identity as a forest ranger, seemed like a distant memory. I didn't know what challenges awaited me, what secrets I would discover, or what powers I would wield, but I knew one thing for sure: my life would never be the same again. The forest had chosen me, and I had accepted whatever came next. I was ready to face it as we ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, leaving behind the world I knew. I couldn't help but wonder how many other hidden wonders were out there waiting to be discovered, and how many other unsuspecting travelers might come across them, forever changing the course of their lives. Forests had always been guardians of far more secrets than I could ever imagine, and now I was one of them. Next story. The first time I saw the headlights of the other truck in my rearview mirror, I didn't think anything of it. The third time, I knew I was being hunted. The icy highway stretched endlessly before me, a strip of black in a sea of white, and somewhere out there in the darkness, a predator was stalking its prey. My name is Mike, and I've been driving big rigs for almost 2 decades. I've seen a lot of strange things on the road, but nothing could have prepared me for that night on Highway 16. It started out like any other long-haul trip. I was hauling a load of electronics from Seattle to Anchorage, a route I'd driven dozens of times before. The weather forecast warned of an approaching storm, but I figured I could outrun it if I kept going through the night. The temperature dropped quickly, and snow began to fall softly at first, then harder. I turned on my windshield wipers, staring through the windshield at the road ahead. The highway was empty except for my truck. Everyone else had the good sense to stay put for the night. That's when I first noticed the headlights behind me. They appeared suddenly, as if the truck had materialized out of thin air. At first I thought it was probably just another driver trying to beat the storm before it hit hard. But as the minutes passed, I realized something was wrong. The truck behind me was maintaining a constant distance, making no attempt to pass, even when the road widened. Every time I glanced in the mirror, those headlights were there, unblinking. I tried to shake off the uncomfortable feeling by telling myself I was just nervous from too many hours on the road and too much caffeine, but the nagging sense that something was wrong persisted. I decided to test my theory on the next stretch of straight road and eased off the gas, slowing my vehicle down. The truck behind me also slowed down, maintaining the same mysterious distance. "This isn't normal behavior," I muttered to myself. "Let's see what this guy's up to." I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my truck faster than was strictly safe, given the worsening weather conditions. The other truck matched my speed exactly. Its headlights lit up in my mirrors. Now I was really starting to worry. Who was this person? What did they want? My mind raced through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. A highway robbery, a sick game of cat and mouse. I grabbed my CB radio with the intention of calling for help, but all I got was static. The storm must have been interfering with the signal. I was alone. The snow was falling harder now, reducing visibility to almost nothing. I could barely see the road ahead of me, let alone any exits or places where I could pull over and lose my pursuer. All I could do was keep driving, hoping to outlast whoever was behind me. Hours seemed to have passed, although the clock on the dashboard told me that only 45 minutes had gone by since I first noticed the other truck. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, my eyes constantly darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. That's when the truck behind me accelerated, pulled up alongside me, and for the first time, I got a good look at it. It was an older model, its paint once white, now a dirty gray, but what really caught my attention was the driver, or rather the lack of one. The truck's cab was empty. I blinked hard, certain that I must be hallucinating, but when I looked again, the seat was still unoccupied. The truck was driving itself, keeping perfect pace with me on the slippery road. Terror gripped me. This wasn't possible. Trucks didn't drive themselves, not here in the middle of nowhere, not in a snowstorm. I must be going crazy, I thought. Before I could process what I was seeing, the ghost truck swerved toward me. I jerked the steering wheel hard, narrowly avoiding a collision, and my trailer swayed dangerously. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I was going to roll over, but I managed to regain control. But now the game had changed. It wasn't just a matter of following anymore. This thing, whatever it was actively trying to run me off the road. I pushed my truck to its limits, speeding down the highway much faster than was safe. The ghost truck occasionally bumped into me and tried to force me off the road, but I managed to dodge it. But I knew I couldn't keep this up forever. My mind raced, trying to figure out a way out of this nightmare. I needed a town, or a highway patrol outpost, or something, but all I could see through the swirling snow was more road stretching endlessly into the night. Then my headlights illuminated something ahead, a bridge spanning a deep ravine. Immediately a plan formed in my mind, desperate and dangerous, but it was the only plan I had. I slowed down, letting the ghost truck pull up alongside me, and as soon as we reached the bridge, I slammed on the brakes and turned the wheel to the right. My truck skidded sideways, the trailer dragging behind me. I felt a bone-chilling impact as the ghost truck hit my trailer. For a moment, we were locked together, sliding across the icy bridge. Then, with a tearing sound, the ghost truck broke free. I watched in my mirror as it left the bridge, plummeting into the darkness below. I managed to stop my own truck, the cab hanging precariously over the edge of the bridge. For a long moment, I sat there, my hands shaking, my breath coming in irregular gasps. When I finally worked up the courage to look over the edge of the bridge, there was nothing. No wreckage, no sign of impact in the snow-covered valley below. It was as if the ghost truck had never existed. I don't know how long I sat there, trying to understand what had happened. Eventually, I managed to reverse my truck back to safety and continue my journey. The storm passed as suddenly as it had begun, leaving behind a clear, starry sky. When I finally arrived in Anchorage, almost 12 hours later than planned, I tried to report what had happened, but who would believe me? A ghost truck driving itself and trying to run me off the road. They would think I was drunk or hadn't slept or was just crazy, so I kept it to myself, delivered my cargo, and tried to forget about it. But I couldn't shake the memory of those headlights in my mirror, of the empty cab of the truck that had chased me through the night. I still drive that route sometimes, and whenever I do, I find myself watching my rearview mirrors a little more closely, especially when the snow starts to fall, because out there, on the lonely roads of the north, where the night seems endless and storms can appear out of nowhere, anything is possible. And sometimes, I swear I see a pair of headlights in the distance, following a little too close for comfort. When that happens, I push my truck a little faster, grip the steering wheel tighter, and pray that I make it through the night. Because now I know the truth. The roads we travel aren't always as empty as they seem, and not all dangers can be explained by the laws of nature or man. So, if you're ever driving down a lonely highway late at night, and you see a truck in your rearview mirror that seems to be following a little too closely, Don't assume it's just another driver. It could be something completely different, something that hunts in the darkness on roads where the living fear to tread. And if you see it, do what I did. Drive fast, drive smart, and don't look inside the cab. Because some things, once seen, can never be unseen, and the ghost truck is always out there, waiting for its next victim on the endless roads of the night. Next story. The first time I saw the townspeople gather in the square at midnight, I thought it was just a quaint local tradition. The third time, I realized I had stumbled upon something much more sinister. This sleepy little town was hiding a dark secret, and my curiosity was about to put me in grave danger. My name is Alex, and I moved to Millbrook just 2 months ago to take a job as the town's social worker, fresh out of graduate school and eager to make a difference. I thought a small town would be the perfect place to start my career, but I didn't know I was walking into a nightmare. Millbrook seemed perfect at first glance. Charming Victorian houses lined the streets, flowers bloomed in every yard, and everyone greeted me with a smile. But there was something strange about those smiles, something that didn't reach the eyes. I first noticed it with Mrs. Henderson, an elderly lady I was helping sign up for meal delivery. As we talked about her grandchildren, her smile never faded, even when she mentioned her late husband. It was as if her face was frozen in a permanent mask of friendliness. On another occasion at the local restaurant, I overheard 2 men arguing in low voices. But the moment they noticed me, they started talking about the weather with the same sinister smiles plastered on their faces. But it was the midnight gatherings that really set off alarm bells. I first saw them by chance when I was up late working on reports. Through my apartment window, I saw a group of people of all ages silently making their way to the town square. Curious, I followed them at a distance, and what I saw froze me to the bone. The entire town seemed to be there, standing in a circle around the old fountain, and they were chanting something in a language I didn't recognize. Their voices were a low, monotonous hum. In the center stood Mayor Wilson, holding what looked like an ancient book. I hid behind a tree, my heart pounding. This couldn't be real. It was like something out of a horror movie. But as I watched, Mayor Wilson raised a knife whose blade glinted in the moonlight. A young woman stepped forward, offering her palm. The knife flashed, and a trickle of blood dripped into the fountain. I must have made a noise because suddenly all heads turned in my direction, dozens of eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, fixed on my hiding place. I ran without stopping until I was safe in my apartment, with all the doors locked and the curtains closed. The next day, everything seemed normal. People went about their business, smiling and waving as if nothing had happened. But now I noticed a subtle error. The perfect lawns, the way everyone moved with almost mechanical precision, the complete lack of crime or discord in a city of this size. I tried to convince myself that I had imagined it all, that stress and lack of sleep had caused some kind of hallucination, but deep down, I knew what I had seen was real. I began to investigate cautiously. At first, I searched through old newspaper archives looking for anything unusual in the town's history. What I found was disturbing. Every few years, there was a wave of missing persons cases. Tourists, new residents who didn't stay long, all disappearing without a trace. The deeper I dug, the more terrifying the picture became. Millbrook had been founded by a cult, a group that believed in sacrificing outsiders to ensure the prosperity and longevity of its members. Somehow, over generations, they had managed to keep their practices secret from the outside world. I knew I had to do something to expose what was happening here, but who could I trust? The police chief was at that meeting, as was my boss at the social services office. For all I knew, they were all in on it. I decided to gather evidence. I bought a hidden camera and began documenting everything I could. The way people's expressions would shift when they thought no one was looking, revealing something inhuman beneath. The strange symbols carved into the foundations of buildings, the chants I recorded from a distance that made my skin crawl when I played them back. The weeks passed and I became increasingly paranoid. I was sure people were watching me, following me. Mrs. Henderson accidentally bumped into me at the supermarket, her hand lingering on my arm as she apologized. One day I found the door to my apartment unlocked, even though I was sure I had locked it. Then came the warnings. A dead bird on the balcony. A note in my mailbox that simply said, "Leave or join us." Tires on my car mysteriously slashed. I knew I had to leave to take my evidence to the authorities, but every time I tried to leave town, something went wrong. My car broke down. A sudden storm destroyed the road. I found myself driving in circles and somehow ended up back in Millbrook, no matter which direction I took. It all came to a head on the night of the harvest moon. I was planning my escape with my bags packed and hidden in my closet when I heard a knock at the door. When I opened it, I found Mayor Wilson standing there, flanked by several town elders. "Alex," he said. His voice was warm, but his eyes were cold. "We need to talk." They entered my apartment, and I knew with a sinking feeling that this was it. They had found out what I knew. "You've been very curious about our little town," Mayor Wilson said, settling into my armchair as if he owned the place. "We appreciate curiosity, Alex. It's what brings new blood to Millbrook, but there's a point where curiosity becomes problematic." I stood my ground, trying to keep my voice steady. "I know about the sacrifices, the cult, all of it. I have evidence that if anything happens to me, it will go straight to the FBI." The mayor's smile didn't waver, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop. "We've been doing this for centuries. You think you're the first to try to expose us?" He gestured, and one of the elders handed him a familiar-looking book. My blood ran cold when I recognized my own diary. "You've been very thorough," Mayor Wilson said, flipping through the pages. "It's really impressive. You could have been a fine addition to our community, but now, well, you've left us with a difficult choice." I backed away, frantically searching for an escape route, but they had me cornered. "You see, Alex," the mayor continued, "Millbrook needs balance. For our prosperity, for our longevity, we must give something in return. We usually prefer voluntary sacrifices. It's cleaner that way. But in cases like yours, exceptions can be made." As he spoke, I noticed a change in the elders. Their skin seemed to ripple. Their features transformed into something inhuman. Their eyes began to glow with the same strange light I had seen in the town square. Mayor Wilson said, rising from his chair with a wicked-looking knife in his hand, "Join us willingly and become part of our community in truth." Or, he didn't need to finish the sentence. The threat was clear. At that moment, with inhuman creatures approaching me and a madman offering me a cursed salvation, I made my choice and ran. I don't remember much of what happened next. There was a chase through the dark streets of Millbrook, the entire town seeming to come alive with a malevolent purpose. Somehow I made it to the edge of town, my lungs burning and terror giving me a speed I never knew I possessed. As I crossed the invisible border, I heard a supernatural howl behind me. Looking back, I saw the townspeople standing at the edge of Millbrook, unable or unwilling to go beyond its borders. I didn't stop running until I reached the next town, collapsing in front of the sheriff's office. They didn't believe my story, of course, and when they sent deputies to investigate, they reported that Millbrook seemed perfectly normal. I never returned to that cursed town. I left the state, changed my name, and tried to start a new life, but I've never been able to shake the memories of what I saw there, or the knowledge that somewhere out there, an entire town of monsters continues its dark rituals, hidden in plain sight. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear chanting in the wind, and I wonder how many other Millbrooks are out there, their sinister secrets revealed behind fences and friendly smiles. How many unsuspecting people are lured into their web, never to be seen again. I may have escaped, but the horror of Millbrook will haunt me forever, and I know that somewhere out there, Mayor Wilson and his inhumane followers are watching, waiting for the day when I let my guard down. Because once you see behind the mask, there's no turning back. Either you're with them, or you're their next sacrifice. Next story. The laughter echoed through the empty corridors, a chilling sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It wasn't the cheerful laughter of patients enjoying a moment of levity. No, it was something completely different. A sound that had no place in a psychiatric hospital at 2 a.m. I'm Nurse Sarah, and I've been working the night shift at Evergreen Psychiatric Hospital for the past 5 years. I thought I had seen it all. Violent outbursts, bizarre delusions. But nothing could have prepared me for that night, which began as a normal shift. I was doing my rounds, checking on patients and administering medication. The hospital was quiet, except for the occasional muffled snore or creak of the old building settling. I was at the nurses' station catching up on paperwork when I first heard a soft laugh, almost inaudible amid the hum of the fluorescent lights. I looked up, frowning, and realized it was coming from the end of the hall near room 237. This was strange, as the patient in 237, Mr. Johnson, was heavily sedated and shouldn't have been awake, let alone laughing. I got up to investigate, and my footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. As I approached room 237, the laughter grew louder, more maniacal. I hesitated at the door handle. Something felt wrong, very wrong. When I opened the door, the room was dark, lit only by the faint glow of the monitoring equipment. Mr. Johnson was in his bed exactly where he should have been, still and silent. The laughter stopped. I checked his vital signs and everything was normal, but when I turned to leave, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there, just shadows and medical equipment. "Sarah," I muttered to myself, "you're letting your imagination run wild." I tried to focus on my paperwork, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had taken hold of me. The air felt different somehow, as if the very air itself had changed. That's when I heard the laughter again, this time coming from the opposite direction. It was coming from the living room, a space that should have been empty and locked at this hour. Against my better judgment, I went to take a look. The laughter grew louder as I approached. Not just one voice now, but many. It sounded like a party in full swing. I fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking slightly as I unlocked the living room door. The laughter stopped abruptly when I opened it. The room was empty, the chairs stacked against the wall, no sign of patients, no reason for the sounds I had heard. But the air felt heavy, as if something had just vacated the space. I left the room, locking the door behind me, my heart racing and my palms sweaty. What was going on? I decided to do a thorough sweep of the ward, checking every patient room. Everything seemed normal at first. The patients were sleeping peacefully, but with every room I checked, the feeling that something was wrong grew stronger. It was in room 252 that I saw it for a second, as I was turning to leave, a shadow darker than the darkness around it moving across the wall. It wasn't cast by anything in the room. It moved independently, flowing like smoke. I blinked hard and it disappeared, but I knew what I had seen. My rational mind tried to explain it away, a trick of the light, exhaustion, but deep down I knew the truth. Back at the nurses' station, I found that my colleague Mike had arrived to do his medication rounds. "Mike," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "did you notice anything strange tonight?" He looked at me strangely. As I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy, I just muttered, "Strange noises, shadows where they shouldn't be." Mike's expression changed. A flash of fear crossed his face before he composed himself. "It's probably nothing. This old building makes all kinds of noises." But I could tell he was hiding something. "Mike, what aren't you telling me?" He sighed, looking around as if afraid of being heard. I didn't want to say anything because I thought I was imagining things, but since you asked, yes, I've been seeing things, hearing things. It's gotten worse in the last few weeks. A chill ran down my spine. What kind of things? Shadows that move on their own. Whispers when no one's around. He looked uncomfortable. What about the patients? I pressed. They've also been talking about seeing things, even the ones who are usually lucid. They say there's something in the hospital, something that comes out at night. I was about to respond when a scream pierced the air, high-pitched and terrified. We both jumped and ran toward the sound coming from room 224, where Angela, a schizophrenic patient who was normally calm with her medication, was staying. We entered the room and found Angela cowering in the corner, her eyes wide with fear. "There! Here!" she screamed. "Can't you see them? They're everywhere." I approached her cautiously. "Angela, it's okay. You're safe. There's nothing here." But as I said this, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. The shadows in the room seemed to be transforming into almost human shapes. But not quite. Angela pointed a trembling finger over my shoulder. "Behind you!" For a split second, I clearly saw a figure made of darkness. Its edges were blurred and shifting. It had no face, just a void where its features should have been. Mike had seen it too, judging by his pale face and shocked expression. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, the lights began to flicker, the temperature in the room plummeted, and our breath became visible in the suddenly icy air. Angela's terrified moans were drowned out by a chorus of whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The shadows were moving again, but this time they didn't retreat. They spread across the walls and floor, extending themselves with tentacles of darkness. I felt a touch on my arm, cold as ice and undeniably real. I grabbed Angela with one hand and Mike with the other, and we ran out of the room. Behind us, the entire wing was in chaos. Patients were screaming, alarms were ringing, and the shadows were chasing us, running through the corridors like a torrent of ink. We ran to the exit, but the doors wouldn't budge. The emergency exit was in the basement. We ran down the stairs. Darkness chasing us. I could hear other footsteps joining ours, those of staff and patients, all fleeing from the approaching shadows. The basement was pitch black, but Mike found the emergency exit hitting the push bar. For a moment, I thought it wouldn't open, but it gave way, and we stepped out into the fresh night air. We didn't stop running until we reached the parking lot. Looking back, I saw shadows writhing in the hospital windows, as if the entire building was being consumed from within. At that moment, I realized that nothing would ever be the same again. We had seen something that defied explanation, something that destroyed our understanding of reality. The authorities arrived shortly after, drawn by the alarms and our frantic cries. They evacuated the building but found no trace of the shadows or anything unusual. The official report blamed a gas leak for the mass hallucination. But I know what I saw. We all did. Something ancient and malevolent had awakened at Evergreen Psychiatric Hospital. Whether it had always been there, feeding on the fears and delusions of the patients, or whether it had been summoned by some unknown force, I will never know. I quit my job the next day. I couldn't set foot in that building again. Many others did the same. The hospital closed shortly after, unable to recover from the scandal and hire new staff willing to work there. When I pass by the abandoned building at night, I swear I can hear faint laughter echoing from its dark windows, and I wonder if it's really empty, or if we left those poor souls to face the darkness alone. I don't know if I'll ever have answers, but one thing is certain: I will never look at shadows the same way again. For now, I know that sometimes the things we dismiss as tricks of the light or figments of our imagination are very real and are waiting in the dark corners of old buildings and in the recesses of our minds, ready to emerge when the night is long and our guard is down. Next story. The moment the rusty metal door opened, I knew we had made a terrible mistake. The stale air that came out carried the stench of decay and something else, something ancient and malevolent, but it was too late to turn back. We had already gone too far, and our curiosity would be our undoing. My name is Jake, and I never thought that a weekend hike with my friends would turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. There were 5 of us in total. Me, my best friend Tom, his girlfriend Sarah, and our college classmates Mike and Lisa. We had been planning this trip for months, eager to explore the remote wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains. The hike started off great. The weather was perfect, cool and pleasant, with a clear blue sky above us. We joked and laughed along the trail, enjoying the breathtaking views of the forest-covered mountains. Tom was the first to spot the old mine shaft. We had left the main trail in search of a shortcut to the campsite when he shouted, "Hey guys, look at that." We gathered around and looked at the half-hidden entrance, partially obscured by vegetation. The wooden supports were rotten and fallen, and a rusty sign warned of danger. But there was something alluring about it, a mystery that begged to be explored. "It's not safe," said Sarah, voicing the concern we all felt. But Mike, always the most adventurous, was already pulling out his flashlight. "Come on, where's your sense of adventure?" I should have sided with Sarah, should have insisted we turn back, but the allure of the unknown was too strong. I found myself saying, "What's the worst that could happen?" Those words would come back to haunt me. The entrance was narrower than it appeared, and we had to squeeze through one at a time. The beam from Mike's flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, revealing a tunnel that stretched into the darkness. The air was thick and musty, and I could hear water dripping somewhere in the distance. "This is amazing," Tom whispered, his voice echoing slightly. "Imagine what we could find down here." We went deeper into the mine, and our excitement gradually gave way to a growing sense of unease. The tunnel twisted and turned, taking us further underground. I tried to keep track of our route, but it soon became impossible. We were lost in a maze of dark passages. That's when we found the first body. Mike's flashlight beam passed through it, and for a moment we were all horrified. It was little more than a skeleton dressed in the tattered remains of what might have been mining equipment, but it wasn't an old corpse. The bones were clean, as if they had been polished. "We need to get out of here," Lisa said, her voice trembling. "Now." As we turned to leave, we realized with growing panic that we couldn't remember which way we had come. All the tunnels looked the same in the dim light of our flashlights. "Calm down, everyone," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's pick a direction and follow it. We'll find the way out." Finally, we chose a tunnel at random and started walking. But with every step we took, the feeling that we were going deeper into the mine grew stronger. The air grew colder, and the silence was broken only by the sound of our breathing and the occasional dripping of water. That's when we heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a low, guttural growl echoing from somewhere in the darkness behind us. "What was that?" Sarah whispered, grabbing Tom's arm. Before anyone could answer, we heard it again, closer this time. And then, in the beam of our flashlights, we saw something move. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before. At first I thought it was a man, but as it got closer, I realized how wrong I was. Its body was emaciated, skin stretched over elongated limbs. Its face was a nightmare, sunken eyes that glowed faintly in the dark and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Panic spurred us on, and we raced through the tunnels without caring any more about finding the exit, desperate only to escape the creature behind us. I could hear its growls echoing off the walls, growing louder as it caught up to us. We entered a large cavern, and for a moment, I thought we might have found a way out. But then our flashlights revealed the horror that awaited us. The cave was filled with bones, hundreds, maybe thousands of skeletons scattered across the floor. And not all of them were human. Some were twisted and malformed, as if they belonged to creatures that shouldn't exist. "My God," Lisa moaned. "What is this place?" But we didn't have time to think about it. The creature burst into the cave behind us, and it wasn't alone. More of them came from other tunnels, their eyes glowing with hunger. "There!" Tom shouted, pointing to a narrow crack in the far wall. It was our only chance. We ran toward it, with the creatures hot on our heels. I could feel their hot breath on the back of my neck when we reached the crack. Sarah went first, then Lisa. Mike was next, but when he tried to squeeze through, he got stuck on his backpack. I could see the terror in his eyes when he realized he was trapped. "Go, get out of here," he shouted to me and Tom. I wanted to argue, to try to free him, but there was no time. Tom pushed me toward the crack, and I squeezed through, the rough rock scraping my skin. The last thing I saw before darkness engulfed me was Mike turning to face the horde of monsters, his face contorted in grim determination. The crack led us into a narrow tunnel that, luckily, went upward. We crawled, climbed, and dragged ourselves toward the surface, running with our lungs burning, driven by the sounds of pursuit still echoing behind us. Finally, mercifully, we saw the light ahead. With one last burst of speed, we left the mine and headed for the fading daylight, not stopping until we reached our camp, collapsing on the ground and gasping for air. It was only then that we realized the full horror of what had happened. Mike had disappeared into that nightmarish cave, and we had no idea if the creatures could follow us into the world above. We broke camp in record time, not even bothering to pack everything properly. The walk back to the car was a blur of fear and exhaustion. We drove straight to the nearest police station, but our story was met with skepticism and concern for our mental state. The authorities searched the area we described, but found no trace of Mike or the mine entrance we described. It was as if everything had disappeared, swallowed up by the mountains. In the days and weeks that followed, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Maybe it had been a shared hallucination, a bad trip caused by some toxic gas in the mine. But deep down we all knew the truth. What we had seen was real, as impossible as it seemed. We made a pact never to talk about it again and to try to move on with our lives. But the nightmares persisted. In my dreams, I was back in that cave, surrounded by bones and glowing eyes, hearing Mike's last scream echoing in the darkness. I never went hiking again, and as far as I know, neither did the others. We drifted apart, each of us dealing with the trauma in our own way. But sometimes, late at night, I get a message from one of them, just one word: remember. And I know they're awake too, haunted by the memories. I don't know what those creatures were or why they were there. Some ancient underground species, the results of some terrible experiment, or something even worse. I'll probably never know, but one thing is certain. There are things in this world that defy explanation. Horrors that lurk just below the surface of what we think we know. And sometimes curiosity leads us to places we should never go. If you're hiking in the mountains and come across an old abandoned mine shaft, do yourself a favor. Keep walking. Don't look back. And whatever you do, don't go in, because you never know what might be waiting in the darkness, hungry for its next victim. As for me, I'll stick to the well-trodden paths from now on, always looking over my shoulder, always wondering if one day these creatures will find their way to the surface. And if they do, may God help us. Next story. The first crackling sound could have been a deer, the second perhaps a raccoon, but the third, followed by a low growl, was when I knew our family was in danger. My name is Jack, and I've been taking my family camping for years. My wife Sarah and our children Emma 10 and Liam 8 always looked forward to our annual retreat into nature. This year we chose a remote location in Adira, miles from the nearest town or cell phone signal. It was supposed to be an escape from the chaos of modern life, but it turned into a nightmare. I'll never forget the day that started out so perfectly. We hiked to the campsite, set up our tent, and spent the afternoon exploring the surrounding woods. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and telling stories. The kids were laughing, the stars were shining, and for a moment, everything seemed right in the world. It was shortly after midnight when I first heard a rustling in the underbrush, too heavy to be small wildlife. My eyes strained to penetrate the darkness beyond the glow of our campfires. "What is it, honey?" Sarah asked, sensing my tension. I forced a smile. Probably nothing. I'll just go take a look. I grabbed our flashlight and stood up, pointing the beam into the forest. The light caught a pair of eyes that reflected back at me for just a second before disappearing. "What's out there?" Sarah asked, startled. "It's just some animals, honey," I replied in a calm voice. "Nothing to worry about. Why don't you and Liam get ready for bed?" While Sarah took the children to the tent, I scanned our camp perimeter again. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every crackling twig, every rustling leaf made me nervous. The kids finally fell asleep, but Sarah and I stayed awake, listening. We heard footsteps around our tent, heavy, deliberate footsteps that no animal would make. Sarah's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing it tightly. "Jack," she whispered, her voice trembling, "what do we do?" Before I could answer, a shadow fell over our tent. Something large was outside, its silhouette visible through the thin fabric. I held my breath, certain that whatever it was could hear me. Then, without warning, a supernatural howl split the night like nothing I had ever heard before. Part wolf, part something else entirely. The children woke up. Liam let out a frightened whimper. "Shh," I said, pulling them close to me. "We need to be very quiet." The shadow moved around our tent. I could hear it sniffing, as if trying to catch our scent. Then there was silence for a long, tense moment. We all held our breath and waited. Suddenly, claws ripped through the side of the tent, tearing the fabric. Emma screamed, and all hell broke loose. I grabbed the flashlight and shone it through the new hole in our tent. I saw a creature that looked like a wolf, but much larger, with eyes glowing an unnatural yellow. "Run!" I yelled, unzipping the tent. We stepped out into the night. The cold air hit us like a slap in the face. Sarah grabbed Emma, I grabbed Liam, and we ran toward the forest behind us, the creature growling, its heavy footsteps close behind. I tried to remember the way back to the car, but in the darkness, with panic setting in, every tree looked the same. We stumbled through the undergrowth, branches slapping our faces. Liam was sobbing on my shoulder, and I could hear Emma's frightened gasps as Sarah pulled her along. Suddenly, she screamed, pointing ahead. A clearing was coming into view, and moonlight illuminated a rocky outcrop we could climb. It was our only chance. We climbed the rocks, the rough stones scraping our hands and knees. When we reached the top, a dark shape emerged from the tree line. In the moonlight, I could finally see our pursuer clearly. It looked like a wolf, but the size of a bear, with matted fur and yellowish fangs. Its eyes were the worst part, intelligent, almost human, filled with a malevolent hunger. The creature circled the base of the outcrop, looking for a way up. We huddled together, watching in horror as it began to climb. "We're trapped," Sarah whispered, clutching the children. I looked around desperately for something that could be used as a weapon. There was a large rock, precariously balanced on the edge of the outcrop. "Sarah, take the children to the other side. When I say now, run for the trees." "Jack, no." Sarah's eyes widened as she realized what I was planning. "It's our only chance," I said, my voice shaking. "Please be ready." The creature was already halfway up, its claws scraping the rock as it climbed. I positioned myself next to the rock, pressing my hands against its rough surface. Timing would be everything. The moment the creature reached the top, its huge paw appearing over the edge, I pushed with all my might. The rock swayed for a breathtaking moment, then began to roll. "Now!" I shouted to Sarah, and she climbed down the other side of the outcrop with the children as the rock gathered speed. The creature looked up just in time to see its fate approaching. I slid down the rocks with my heart in my throat as I ran toward where my family had disappeared into the trees. "Sarah, kids, here!" I heard Sarah's voice, and they emerged from behind a large oak tree, pale and trembling but alive. We didn't wait to see if the creature had survived. We ran through the forest guided by pure adrenaline, and the first faint signs of dawn breaking through the trees. Somehow, miraculously, we found the trail back to our car. As we drove away from the campsite, the children huddled in the back seat, wrapped in emergency blankets, and the full weight of what had happened began to sink in. We had been attacked by something that shouldn't exist, something out of a nightmare. We drove straight to the nearest forest ranger station, but our story was met with skepticism. They sent out a search party, but found no sign of the creature or any unusual tracks. Our destroyed tent and the remains of our camp were the only evidence that anything had happened. In the days and weeks that followed, we tried to understand what we had encountered. I scoured the internet for similar stories to find some explanation for what we had seen. There were stories of dogmen, werewolves, and creatures lurking in the deep forests, but nothing matched what we had experienced. The nightmares came every night. In my dreams, I'm back at that outcrop, but this time the rock misses its target. I wake up covered in cold sweat, reaching out to make sure Sarah and the kids are safe beside me. We never went camping again. The kids developed a fear of the dark that took years of therapy to overcome. Sarah and I discovered that our marriage was tested by the strain of what we went through, but ultimately strengthened by our shared trauma. Years have passed, but I still find myself looking over my shoulder when I'm outside at night. Every shadow seems to hide a potential danger. Every rustle in the bushes makes my heart race. I know now that there are things in this world that defy explanation, creatures that lurk beyond the boundaries of civilization. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind is right, I swear I can hear a distant howl that makes me wonder, was our encounter just a fluke, or are there more of these creatures out there waiting in the darkness for unsuspecting campers who stumble into their territory? I have no answers, only questions that keep me awake at night. But I know that the next time I'm planning a camping trip, it might be better to stick to crowded campgrounds, because in the deep woods, where the shadows are long and the night is dark, you never know what might be watching, waiting for a chance to strike. My family and I will stick to the safety of our backyard for our adventures from now on. The risks aren't worth taking no matter how beautiful the wilderness is, because now we know that sometimes, when you venture into nature, nature ventures back, with teeth and claws. Next story. The moment I found the first hidden camera, I knew this house held secrets darker than peeling paint. What started as a routine job preparing a property for sale quickly turned into a nightmare of voyeurism and obsession that would haunt me for years to come. My name is Alex, and I've been a real estate agent for over a decade. I've seen my fair share of quirky houses and eccentric former owners, but nothing could have prepared me for what I discovered at 42 Maple Street. It was a sunny Tuesday morning when I arrived at the old Victorian house, which had been left to the bank after its owner, an elderly recluse named Gerald Hoffman, had passed away with no apparent heirs. My job was simple: assess what needed to be done to get the place clean and ready to market. From the outside, it looked like any other neglected property: peeling paint, clogged gutters, nothing I hadn't dealt with hundreds of times before. I entered with the key the bank had provided, breathing in the musty air of a house that had long been uninhabited. The interior was cluttered, but not unusual for an elderly person living alone. Old newspapers, shelves lined with furniture, and dusty knickknacks that had seen better days. I made mental notes of what needed to be done. It was in the office that I found the first camera. I was examining the bookcase, wondering how long it would take to clean it, when I noticed something strange about one of the books. It was very stiff, and when I pulled it out, I realized it was fake, a hollow cover that concealed a small, high-tech camera. My blood ran cold as I stared at the device. Why would someone hide a camera in their own office? Maybe old Gerald was paranoid about burglars, but something in my gut told me that this was just the tip of the iceberg. I was right. In the hours that followed, I found more cameras. They were everywhere, hidden in light switches, concealed behind pictures, tucked into corners of rooms. Each new discovery increased the feeling of unease within me. This wasn't paranoia, it was something much more sinister. But it was what I found in the basement that really sent a chill down my spine. The door was locked, but I managed to force it open. The stairs creaked ominously as I descended, and the beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness. There, taking up half the basement, was a setup that belonged in a thriller movie. Rows of monitors lined up against one wall, each connected to one of the hidden cameras I had found upstairs. But it wasn't just the inside of the house that was under surveillance. There were monitors showing images of the street, the neighbors' houses, and even the inside of the house next door. My hands were shaking as I entered the room. File cabinets lined another wall, and when I opened one of them, I found it filled with meticulously labeled folders. Each one contained photos, notes, and what appeared to be transcripts of conversations. Gerald wasn't just watching his neighbors, he was documenting their every move. I needed to call the police to report what I had found, but when I turned to leave, the beam of my flashlight caught something that made my heart stop. A door hidden behind a pile of old boxes, a door that shouldn't have been there. Part of me wanted to get out of that basement and never look back, but I couldn't. The door wasn't locked. It opened with a creak that seemed to echo in the silence of the basement. In a room no bigger than a closet, there was a bed, a small, neatly made bed with straps attached to the frame. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This wasn't just voyeurism, it was something far more terrible. Gerald was kidnapping people and holding them prisoner in this secret room. I ran up the stairs, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it would explode in my chest. I had to get out of there. I had to call the police. But when I reached the top of the stairs, I heard something that made my blood run cold. The front door was opening. This didn't make sense. I had locked the door when I entered the house, but that was impossible. I had the only key, unless Gerald wasn't as dead as everyone thought. Panic took hold of me. I frantically searched for a place to hide, aware of the irony that in a house full of hidden surveillance equipment, I was now the one trying not to be seen. I slipped into a nearby closet, closing the door behind me, when I heard the basement door open. Through a crack, I could see a figure descending the stairs. It wasn't Gerald. This person was younger and moved more smoothly. A relative, perhaps, someone who had inherited his twisted legacy. I held my breath and pressed myself against the back of the closet. I could hear them moving around in the basement, and then the unmistakable sound of computer equipment being turned on. They were activating the surveillance system. Minutes turned into what felt like hours, my mind racing. How would I get out of this? Even if I managed to get past them, they would know someone had been here, and they would see me on the cameras. After what seemed like an eternity, I heard them coming up the stairs. They stopped at the top, and for a breathtaking moment, I thought they were going to check the closet, but then they continued on, their footsteps receding toward the front of the house. I waited until I heard the front door close before allowing myself to breathe again. With trembling legs, I stepped out of the closet. I had to report what I had found, but I knew I couldn't go to the police yet. Whoever had been here clearly had access to the house, maybe even worked at the bank. Moving as quietly as I could, I returned to the basement. The computer was still on, showing live feeds from throughout the house. I found a USB drive in one of the drawers and started copying the files as quickly as I could. It was while I was doing this that I noticed something on one of the monitors. The image from the camera hidden in the porch light showed a car pulling up outside. The same car that had just left was coming back. I pulled the USB drive out of the computer without waiting to see if the file transfer was complete. I ran up the stairs 2 at a time, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear the key in the lock when I reached the top of the stairs. There was no time to think. I ran to the back door and fumbled with the lock. Behind me, I could hear the front door opening. With one last desperate push, the back door gave way and I ran out into the overgrown backyard. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, which was parked a block away. As I sped away, my hand shook on the steering wheel, and I glanced in the rearview mirror. There was no sign of pursuit, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. What followed were weeks of paranoia and sleepless nights. I handed the USB drive to a journalist friend who promised to investigate the story. The truth came out a month later, a scandalous expose of a decades-long campaign of surveillance and persecution, with hints of even darker crimes. The police raided Gerald's house, but whoever had been there that day was long gone. The basement had been emptied, all evidence wiped clean. If it weren't for the files I had managed to copy, there would be no proof of what I had seen. Soon after, I quit the real estate agency. I couldn't handle the idea of walking into another house, wondering what secrets might be hidden behind its walls. Even now, years later, I find myself checking for hidden cameras whenever I enter a new place. The house on Maple Street was eventually demolished, and now there is a bright, cheerful park in its place. But sometimes when I drive by, I swear I feel eyes on me, and I wonder how many other houses are hiding similar secrets, how many Gerald Hoffmans are watching us right now. I may never know the whole truth about what happened in that house, but one thing is certain. I will never look at an old Victorian house the same way again, because now I know that sometimes the real monsters aren't hiding under the bed or in the closet. Sometimes they're hidden behind the walls, watching and waiting, their secrets preserved in the silent flash of a hidden camera. Next story. The first flash of headlights in the rearview mirror left me relieved. The second made me uneasy. And by the third, I knew with chilling certainty that those approaching lights did not promise rescue, but a terror beyond anything I could imagine. My name is Sarah, and what should have been a routine family trip turned into a nightmare that still haunts my dreams. It was supposed to be a simple drive to my parents' house for Thanksgiving. Me, my husband Mike, and our 2 children, Ethan, 10, and Lily, 7. We had made this trip a dozen times before, but never so late at night. We got a late start because of Mike's work, and by the time we reached the long stretch of country road between the cities, it was well past midnight. The kids were asleep in the back seat, and Mike and I were taking turns driving to stay alert. One moment we were driving with the radio playing softly, and the next our car made a stuttering sound and began to slow down. "What's going on?" Mike asked, waking from his light sleep. I frowned, pressing harder on the gas pedal, but the car continued to slow down. "Something's wrong," I replied as we pulled over onto the shoulder of the road. Darkness surrounded us completely. Mike tried to restart the car, but the engine only made a sad clicking noise. "Damn," he muttered, pulling out his cell phone. No signal, of course. I felt a knot of unease forming in my stomach. We were miles from anywhere, and there was no way to call for help. The empty highway stretched out in both directions, disappearing into the night. That's when I saw the first flash of headlights in the distance behind us. "Look," I said to Mike, pointing. "Maybe they can help us." Mike got out of the car and stood on the shoulder, waving to signal the approaching vehicle. But as it got closer, something seemed wrong. The headlights were too high off the ground, and they were moving erratically, veering slightly from side to side. Something wasn't right. Just as the vehicle was about to reach us, it suddenly swerved sharply, passing us and disappearing into the night. "What the hell?" Mike said, looking at me. Before I could answer, I saw more headlights approaching from the opposite direction, this time a normal-looking sedan, which slowed down as it approached us. An older man rolled down the window. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Our car broke down," I explained quickly. "Do you have a phone we can use to call for help?" "You should get out of here now," the man replied, sounding nervous. "Why?" Mike asked, confused. The man glanced nervously at the road. "Missing people, strange lights, you don't want to be out here after dark." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean by things?" I asked. But the man was already rolling up the window. "I'm sorry, but I can't stay. Good luck." And with that, he sped off. leaving us alone in the darkness once again. Mike and I shared a look of disbelief and growing fear. That's when we saw the third set of headlights, which appeared suddenly, much closer than they should have been, and were coming straight at us, moving very fast. "Get in the car," I shouted, opening the door and diving inside. Mike barely made it in before the vehicle passed us, missing our car by inches. "Mom, Dad, what's going on?" Ethan asked in a low, frightened voice. "It's okay, honey," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "We're just having some trouble with the car." But as I spoke, I saw more headlights appearing in the distance. Not just one or two pairs, but several, and they were all coming toward us. "Mike," I whispered, my voice shaking. He nodded, his face pale in the glow of the dashboard lights. "I'll try to start the engine again," he said, turning the key. I watched the approaching lights with growing terror. They were getting closer, and now I could see that they weren't normal vehicles. Some were very tall, others very low to the ground, and they were moving in a way that no human-driven car would move, swaying and shifting like predators stalking their prey. The engine coughed and miraculously roared to life. Mike didn't wait. He put the car in gear and pulled onto the highway. "Mommy, I'm scared," Lily said from the back seat. "It's okay, baby," I said, reaching back to take her hand. "We'll be fine." But when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I knew I was lying. The lights were following us, gaining speed, and now I could see shapes moving in the darkness between the lights. Huge, misshapen things that moved alongside the strange vehicles. Mike was pushing our car to its limit. The engine groaned in protest, but it wasn't enough. The lights were getting closer, and with them came a sound, a low, pulsing hum that seemed to vibrate through my bones. "What are they?" Ethan asked, his face pressed against the back window. "Don't look," I said sharply, "just don't look." The humming was getting louder, drowning out the sound of our engine and the wind rushing past. It was all-encompassing, making my head spin and my vision blur. Suddenly everything went dark. The dashboard lights, the headlights, even the lights chasing us. Everything disappeared in an instant. We were plunged into total, absolute darkness. There was a moment of silence, and then a blinding light flooded the car from above, so bright it hurt, and I closed my eyes against it. I felt the car lift off the ground. The kids were screaming. Mike was yelling something I couldn't understand because of the deafening buzzing. I felt pressure in my chest, making it hard to breathe. Just when I thought I was going to pass out, everything stopped. The light, the noise, the feeling of rising. It all ceased in an instant. I opened my eyes slowly, blinking against the sudden return to darkness. We were back on the road, the car moving slowly, as if nothing had happened. The highway stretched out before us, empty and normal. "Is everyone okay?" I managed to ask in my hoarse voice. There were shaky affirmations from Mike and the kids. Everyone seemed unharmed, but deeply shaken. "What happened?" Ethan asked. "Were they aliens?" "I don't know, honey," I said honestly. We drove in silence after that, all of us jumping at every traffic light we saw in the distance, but nothing unusual happened for the rest of the trip. We arrived at my parents' house as the sun was rising, exhausted and confused. In the days that followed, we tried to understand what had happened. We searched the internet for reports of similar incidents, but found nothing concrete. The stretch of highway where it happened had a history of strange occurrences, but nothing as extreme as what we had experienced. We debated whether we should report it to the authorities, but in the end, we decided not to. Who would believe us? We had no proof, no evidence of what we had seen and experienced. The children had nightmares for months. Mike and I started avoiding driving at night whenever possible, and I never looked at the headlights in my rearview mirror the same way again. Years have passed, and we have never experienced anything like it. But sometimes, on dark nights when I am driving alone, I catch a glimpse of strange lights in the mirror, and for a moment, I am back on that highway, feeling the buzzing in my bones and the terror in my heart. I don't know what happened to us that night. Were they aliens, some kind of interdimensional beings, or something completely different, something our minds can't comprehend. I'll probably never know for sure, but one thing I do know. The night isn't as empty as we think it is. There are things out there in the darkness, things that watch and wait, and sometimes, just sometimes, they reach out to touch our world. And when they do, all we can do is hold on tight and pray that we make it to the other side. If you're driving late at night on a dark, lonely road and you see headlights approaching in your rearview mirror, pay attention, because you never know when those lights might bring something more than just another traveler passing through the night. Next story. The moment I saw the first drop of blood on the polished floor, I knew that this night shift would be unlike any other. What started as a routine cleaning job in an empty shopping mall quickly turned into a breathtaking game of cat and mouse, with a killer who was still in the building. My name is Carlos, and I've been working as a janitor at Pinewood Mall for 3 years. For the past 3 years, the night shifts had been mostly quiet, just me, my mop, and the occasional security guard making their rounds, but that night everything changed. It was a Tuesday, usually our slowest day. I had started my shift at 10 p.m. The mall always seemed different at night, like a sleeping giant. The echoes of my footsteps in the empty corridors, the hum of the air conditioning, the occasional flickering of a fluorescent light, all contributed to a peaceful and slightly surreal atmosphere. I was walking through the food court, cleaning the tables and chairs, when I first noticed a small dark spot on the shiny floor near Burger Barn. At first, I thought it was just a spilled drink, but as I got closer, my stomach dropped. It was blood, no doubt about it. My first thought was that someone had cut themselves and hadn't noticed. Sometimes a shopper with a small cut leaves a trail without realizing it, but when I followed the drops, a chill ran down my spine. They were leading away from the food court toward the service corridors. I should have reported it and let them handle it, but curiosity got the better of me. I had worked at this mall for years and knew every nook and cranny. If someone was hurt, maybe I could help. The trail led me to a door marked for employees, but there was a small opening, which was unusual. The doors were always supposed to be locked at night. My hand trembled slightly as I opened it, the hinges creaking ominously in the silence. The service corridor was dark, lit only by the faint glow of emergency exit signs. Blood was smeared along the wall, as if someone had stumbled using the wall for support. "Hello?" I called, my voice echoing in the narrow space. "Is anyone hurt? Do you need help?" I got no answer, only the faint drip of water from a leaky pipe somewhere in the distance. I followed the trail, my heart pounding in my chest. It led to another door, this one leading to the basement storage room. When I tried to reach the doorknob, I heard a muffled thud from the other side, followed by what sounded like a stifled sob. Adrenaline rushed through me. Someone was definitely in there, and they were in trouble. I opened the door, and what I saw stopped me in my tracks. The storage room was dimly lit by a single lamp that cast long shadows over the piles of boxes and old mannequins. And there, in the center of the room, was a scene straight out of a nightmare. A man was standing with his back to me, bent over something on the floor. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized with horror that the object was a person who was not moving. The man must have heard the door open because he suddenly straightened up and turned around. In his hand was a knife, its blade dark with blood. Our eyes met, and for a moment time seemed to stand still. I saw the madness in his eyes, the blood on his face. He saw me as a witness to his crime. I slammed the door and ran, my feet pounding on the linoleum floor. Behind me, I heard the storage room door open, followed by the sound of someone chasing me. My mind raced as I ran through the service corridors. I needed to get to security to call for help, but the security office was on the other side of the mall. Would I make it? I ran out of the service area into the main lobby, my eyes darting around frantically for something I could use to defend myself. The closed storefronts offered no refuge. The food court, with its maze of tables and chairs, might slow him down. I glanced over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. He was there, maybe 50 feet behind me, his face contorted with rage. He had traded the knife for a fire axe he must have picked up at one of the emergency stations. Terror gave me a speed I didn't know I possessed. I ran past dark stores, my lungs burning and my legs aching. The security office was just ahead, past the fountain in Central Plaza. I was almost there when my foot hit a slippery spot on the floor, probably something I had missed during my previous cleaning. I slid across the polished tiles and felt a pain in my knee, but the adrenaline kept me moving. I got up limping, but still kept going. The security office door was locked. Of course it was locked. Why wouldn't it be? I banged on it, shouting for help, but I knew it was useless. Night guard Dave was probably doing his rounds, and who knew how long it would be before he returned. I turned my back to the door to face my pursuer. He had slowed to a walk, now with a crooked smile on his face. I knew he had me cornered. "Please," I gasped, raising my hands. "You don't have to do this." He laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the empty mall. "But I have to," he said in a surprisingly calm voice. "I can't leave any witnesses, you understand?" He raised the axe, and I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the impact, but it didn't come. I heard a loud thud, followed by a grunt of pain, and opened my eyes to see the killer falling to the floor and the axe shattering. Behind him stood Dave, the night guard, holding his heavy flashlight like a club. "Carlos," Dave said, his eyes wide with shock. "What the hell is going on?" The next few hours were a blur. The police stormed the mall, cordoning off areas and taking statements. The killer was wanted for a string of crimes. The person in the store's storage room had been his last victim, a young woman who, fortunately, was still alive and was rushed to the hospital. As I sat in the back of an ambulance with a shock blanket over my shoulders, I couldn't stop shaking. The reality of how close I had come to death was sinking in. If Dave hadn't come back from his rounds when he did. In the days and weeks that followed, I was hailed as a hero. If I hadn't investigated the blood trail, they said, the killer could have gotten away and the woman could have died. But I didn't feel like a hero. I felt lucky, terrified, and changed forever. Soon after I quit my job at the mall, I couldn't stand walking through those hallways knowing what had happened there. The nightmares were bad enough without having to relive them every night at work. Now, years later, I still can't look at a mall the same way. Every dark window hides a potential danger. Every echo in a quiet hallway makes my heart race. I know logically that what happened that night was a freak occurrence, but logic doesn't help much when you've stared death in the face. Sometimes when I'm up late at night and the house is quiet, I find myself thinking about that killer, the madness I saw in his eyes, the casualness with which he was prepared to end my life, and I wonder how many other monsters are out there, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the moment to strike. I don't have an answer, but I know that the world isn't as safe as it seems. Danger lurks in the most unexpected places, and sometimes the difference between life and death is nothing more than a locked door, a rescue at the right time, or a slippery patch of floor. So the next time you're alone in a quiet place and hear an unexpected sound that doesn't fit, pay attention. It may be nothing, or it may be the first sign of a nightmare about to happen. And in those moments, trust your instincts. They could save your life. Next story. The first time I heard the scratching on the walls, I thought it was mice, but on the third night, when the whispering started, I knew I had rented a room in a house of horrors, but it wasn't until I found the hidden door that I realized how deep the nightmare went. When I found the ad for a cheap room in a beautiful old Victorian house, it seemed too good to be true, but it was. The house was beautiful on the outside, decorated with gingerbread details and stained glass windows. The landlord, Mr. Vance, was an older man with a soft voice, kind eyes, and a gentle smile. He showed me around, pointing out the original wood floors and intricate moldings. The room he offered was spacious and bright, with a window overlooking the garden. "It's perfect," I said, already imagining my books on the built-in shelves. "When can I move in?" "How about today?" he replied. I should have asked him why he was so eager to rent the room. I should have asked why the rent was so low for such a beautiful space, but I was too excited about my luck to question it. The first few days were great. I settled in, started my classes, and enjoyed the tranquility of the old house. There were a few other tenants, a young couple on the second floor, and an elderly lady in the attic apartment, but I rarely saw them. It was on the fourth night that things started to get strange. When I heard a soft scratching sound coming from inside the wall, I figured it was mice and made a mental note to tell Mr. Vance in the morning. But the next night the noise was louder, more insistent, and it wasn't coming from just one spot. It seemed to be moving around the walls of my room. I tried to ignore it, turning up the volume on my music to drown it out. On the sixth night, the whispering began. At first, I thought it was just the wind or maybe the plumbing settling. But when I lay down in bed, straining to listen, I could make out words, fragments of sentences too quiet to understand, but definitely human voices. The next morning I asked Mr. Vance, "Is this house haunted?" I felt silly saying it. He looked at me with concern. "Haunted? No, this is a very old house, but it makes all kinds of noises. Nothing to worry about." But I was worried. The scratching and whispering continued every night, louder and more frequent. I started having trouble sleeping, jumping at every strange sound. It was during one of these sleepless nights that I made the discovery that would change everything. I was pacing back and forth in my room, trying to identify where the sounds were coming from, when I noticed something strange on the bookshelf. One section seemed to stick out a little more than the rest. Examining the edge of the bookcase, there was a small groove, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. I pressed it, and with a soft click, the entire section of the bookcase moved out, revealing a dark passageway behind it. I stood frozen in shock, staring into the darkness. The whispers, which had been a constant background noise, stopped suddenly. The silence was deafening. Everything inside me told me to close the door and call the police, or at least Mr. Vance, but curiosity won out. I stepped into the passageway. The air was stale and musty, with the smell of age and decay. The passage was narrow, forcing me to turn sideways at some points. It curved through the house, and I realized with growing unease that it ran behind all the walls, allowing someone to move unseen throughout the entire building. As I made my way through this hidden network of passages, the whispers resumed, now clearer and more distinct. I could make out the phrases, "She's here," "Fresh blood," "The master will be pleased." I wanted to run back to the safety of my room, but I was lost in the maze of passages. Each turn looked the same as the last in the dim light of my cell phone. Then I saw a faint glow ahead. I headed toward it, and despite my fear, the passage opened into a small room lit by flickering candles. The walls were covered with strange symbols, and in the center was an altar of some kind, stained dark with what I prayed was not blood, but it was what I saw next that made my blood run cold. For on one of the walls were dozens of photographs, and I recognized the people in them, the other tenants and myself. All of us living our daily lives unaware that we were being watched. My heart was beating so hard, I thought it would explode in my chest. But when I turned to run, I found my way out blocked. Mr. Vance was there, but he wasn't the kind old man I had known. His eyes were empty, just dark pupils, and his gentle smile had turned into a grin of sharp, pointed teeth. His voice was a harsh growl that bore no resemblance to his usual soft tone. I didn't think, I just reacted and pushed past him, using the element of surprise to my advantage. I ran blindly through the corridors, no longer caring which direction I was going, just desperate to escape. I could hear them behind me, not just Mr. Vance, but others. The whispers had become screams that echoed off the walls, inhuman screams, and the sound of many feet pounding behind me. Somehow, I found an opening falling into my room. Somehow I found my way back. Without hesitation, I closed the hidden door and pushed the heavy dresser that was in front of it. Without taking anything, I ran out of the room, down the stairs, and out of the house. I didn't stop running until I reached the campus police station, panting and hysterical. The police didn't believe me. When they went to investigate, they found nothing. No hidden passage, no altar room, nothing out of the ordinary. Mr. Vance played the role of concerned landlord perfectly, even suggesting that perhaps I had had some kind of vivid nightmare. But I knew what I had seen and what I had heard. I moved out that same day, leaving most of my belongings behind. I couldn't bear to go back to that room to face the bookcase and the horrors behind it. In the weeks that followed, I sought to learn more about the house and its history. I discovered that it had been built in the late 1800s by a man who, according to rumors, was involved in occult practices. Over the years, there had been several disappearances related to the house's tenants, who simply vanished without a trace. I went to the police again with this information, but they dismissed it as urban legends and coincidences. Without any concrete evidence, there was nothing they could do. So now all I have left are my doubts and my fears. I moved to a new city, started a new course at a different university, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not over yet. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear whispers in my walls, scratching sounds that come from nowhere. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of a familiar figure, an old man with kind eyes and a gentle smile that hides sharp teeth and darker appetites. I don't know if what I experienced was supernatural or just the work of a very sick and very human monster, but I do know that this evil exists in this world, hidden behind pleasant facades and lurking in the secret spaces we never think to look. So the next time you're looking for a home and find a place that seems too good to be true, trust your instincts. Look closely at the walls. Listen to the whispers during the night, because you never know what horrors may be hiding on the other side of that perfect room. As for me, I will never again ignore strange sounds in the walls as if they were just an old house settling, because now I know the truth. Sometimes the real monsters aren't hiding under the bed or in the closet. Sometimes they're the ones handing you the keys to your new home, inviting you into a nightmare from which there may be no escape. Next story. The moment I realized that the couple at the next table had disappeared without a trace, I knew this cruise wasn't going to be what I expected. Little did I know that I was about to get involved in a terrifying game of cat and mouse with a killer who was walking among us, hidden in plain sight. I planned and booked this Caribbean cruise as a much-needed break from my stressful job. I spent my savings to finance 7 days of sun, sea, and relaxation. That's what the brochure promised. Instead, I had a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. The first few days were everything I hoped for. I relaxed by the pool, sipped cocktails at the bar, and enjoyed the evening entertainment. It was on the third night that things took a sinister turn. I was having dinner in the main dining room, enjoying my ribs and chatting with the elderly couple at my table. That's when I noticed a young couple 2 tables ahead of me who caught my attention. They caught my attention because they seemed to be arguing. The woman was gesturing angrily, while the man looked around nervously. I didn't think much of it at the time. Couples fight even on vacation. The next morning during breakfast, I realized something was wrong. The couple's table was empty, their chairs neatly stacked, as if they had never been there. I scanned the room thinking maybe they had moved, but there was no sign of them. That couple who was sitting there last night, I asked the waiter, "Have you seen them?" The waiter looked confused. "Since last night, no one has been assigned there yet." A chill ran down my spine. I knew what I had seen. They were there, arguing in low, heated voices. All day long I kept an eye out for the couple, but I didn't see them anywhere. People don't just disappear on cruise ships, do they? That night, I overheard a conversation at the bar that made my blood run cold. "Did you hear?" a woman whispered to her friend. "Another couple has disappeared. That makes 3. My head shot up. "Excuse me," I said, probably a little too anxiously. "Did you say people have disappeared?" The women looked at me and then at each other, nervous. "It's probably nothing," said the first woman. "It's just rumors. You know how people talk on these ships." But I could see the fear in their eyes. This wasn't just gossip. I spent the rest of the night discreetly asking questions and piecing together the story. Over the past 2 days, 3 couples had apparently vanished into thin air. No one had seen them disembark at any of the ports. Their rooms had been found empty, the beds unslept in, and their belongings left behind. The ship's crew was tight-lipped about the matter. When I tried to ask a security officer about it, he dismissed me with a rehearsed speech about passenger privacy. That night I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it all. I went out on deck to get some air, feeling the cool sea breeze against my face. That's when I saw him, a man struggling to lift something heavy over the ship's rail, something that looked disturbingly like a body bag. I hid behind a lifeboat, my heart racing. The man stood up and there was a splash as what he was carrying fell into the water. He looked around furtively and then walked away. I waited until I was sure he was gone before moving. My hands were shaking as I reached for my phone to call ship security, but as I dialed, a hand covered my mouth. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," a voice hissed in my ear. I felt the cold pressure of metal against my back, a knife, and was led back to my cabin. The hand never left my mouth. He was one of the ship's officers in his clean, crisp uniform. "You shouldn't have seen that," he said, his voice strangely calm. "Now we have a problem." "Well, what did you do to those couples?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling. He smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Let's just say I'm cleaning up some of the undesirable elements on the ship. We can't let anything spoil the cruise experience, can we?" It was then that I realized with horror that this man, this officer who had sworn to protect the passengers, was behind the disappearances. "You're crazy," I said, backing up until I hit the wall. "You can't just make people disappear. Someone will notice." He laughed, a chilling sound. "People disappear all the time. Accidents happen at sea. It's really tragic, but life goes on and the cruises keep sailing." I realized with horror that this was nothing new to him. How long had this been going on? How many people had disappeared on his watch? "Now," he said, twirling the knife casually, "we need to decide what to do with you." I knew I had to act fast. If I didn't do something, I'd be the next body to hit the railing. I looked around frantically for something I could use as a weapon. That's when the ship's horn sounded, startling us both. I took advantage of the momentary distraction and grabbed the lamp from the bedside table, swinging it with all my strength. It crashed into his head with a sickening crack. I didn't wait to see if he was unconscious. I ran out of my cabin, sprinting down the hallway toward the main deck. I had to tell someone what was happening, but as I ran, I realized the terrible truth. I didn't know who I could trust. If one officer was involved, there could be others. The entire crew could be involved in this, for all I knew. I arrived at the information desk, panting. "Please," I gasped, "you have to help me. There's a murderer on board. He's making people disappear." The woman behind the desk looked at me with concern. "Sir, calm down. What are you talking about?" I tried to explain, the words coming out at a frantic pace, but even as I spoke, I could see the doubt in her eyes. "I think you should come with me," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "We have a doctor on board who can help you." "No, you don't understand," I shouted, attracting the attention of nearby passengers. I felt a hand on my shoulder and turned, ready to defend myself, but found myself face to face with the ship's captain. "Is there a problem here?" he asked, his voice authoritative. I opened my mouth to explain, but the words died in my throat. Right behind the captain was my cabin officer, with a bandage on his head and a murderous look in his eyes. At that moment, I knew I was truly alone. No one would believe me. It was my word against his. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran again. I pushed past the captain and ran toward the upper decks. I could hear screams behind me, feet pounding in pursuit. The cool night air hit me like a slap in the face. The railing was just ahead. In a split second, I made a decision that would change my life forever. I jumped. The shock of the cold water knocked the wind out of me. I surfaced, gasping for air, and watched the lights of the ship recede. I had no idea if I would survive the night in the open sea, but I knew my chances were better than if I had stayed on that ship of horrors. As I floated there, waiting for rescue or death, whichever came first, I couldn't help but wonder how many other ships were sailing peacefully across the seas while hiding dark secrets in their depths. How many other murderers were walking among unsuspecting passengers, selecting their victims in the buffet line or at the evening show. I was eventually rescued by a fishing boat, but my story was met with disbelief and suspicion. The cruise line denied everything, describing me as a mentally unstable passenger who jumped overboard in a moment of crisis. But I know what I saw, what I experienced. Now, years later, every time I see an ad for a luxury cruise, I can't help but shudder because I know the truth. Sometimes the real danger isn't the vast ocean or foreign ports. Sometimes the killer is right beside you, wearing an impeccable uniform and a welcoming smile, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Remember my story and ask yourself if you're really ready to be stuck in the middle of the ocean with nowhere to run and no one to trust, because once the ship leaves port, you'll be at the mercy of whoever or whatever is on board with you. Are you still awake? If so, comment station to show you're still here. The cabin was supposed to be our escape, but it became our prison. I remember the excitement in my children's eyes when we arrived at the secluded rental, nestled deep in the pine-scented forest. My wife, Sarah, squeezed my hand and smiled. This was exactly what we needed. "Jack," she said, her voice full of relief. After months of stress at work and the kids' hectic school schedules, we were all ready for a week of peace and quiet. The photos promised rustic charm with modern amenities. Pinewood walls welcomed us inside, and a stone fireplace dominated the cozy living room. Large windows offered breathtaking views of the surrounding nature. As I carried our bags inside, our children, Ethan and Lily, ran to explore every nook and cranny of our temporary home. Their laughter echoed through the rooms, a sound I hadn't heard enough of lately. "Dad, can we go explore outside?" Ethan, our 12-year-old son, was already at the back door, practically vibrating with energy. I glanced at Sarah, who nodded. "All right," I said, "but don't leave the cabin's line of sight, and be back in an hour for dinner." The smell of Sarah's famous chili filled the cabin as I settled into an armchair with a book I'd been wanting to read for months. The silence was comforting, broken only by the occasional song of a bird or the rustling of the wind in the trees. An hour passed, then two. The sun set, painting the sky. A knot of worry formed in my stomach. "Sarah, the kids should be back by now," I said, putting my book aside. Sarah appeared at the kitchen door, drying her hands on a dish towel. "You're right. Go see how they're doing." I stepped out onto the back porch, the wood creaking under my feet. "Ethan, Lily." My voice echoed through the trees, but there was no answer. The forest suddenly seemed much darker, the shadows deeper and more menacing. I ran down the steps, the leaves rustling under my feet. "Kids, this isn't funny." Something snapped somewhere in the darkness, and I spun around. "Ethan? Lily?" Nothing. I pulled out my phone, cursing when I saw no signal. Of course, we were miles from the nearest cell tower. I ran back to the cabin. "Sarah, the kids aren't answering. I'm going to look for them." Sarah grabbed 2 flashlights. "I'll come with you." Our beams of light cut through the darkness, illuminating twisted tree trunks and dense bushes. "Ethan! Lily!" We called their names until our throats were raw, but the forest remained silent. An hour passed, maybe more. We had strayed far from the cabin, and a chill crept into my bones that had nothing to do with the cool night air. "Jack, what if something happened to them?" Sarah's voice trembled. "No," I interrupted her. "They're fine." There was a rustling in the nearby bushes. Our flashlights converged on the spot. For a moment I could have sworn I saw a pair of eyes reflecting the light, but then, nothing. "Did you see that?" Sarah whispered. I nodded, my mouth dry, and we headed back to the cabin. Maybe they had come back while we were out here. The trees all looked the same in the darkness. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized we were lost. "Jack," Sarah's voice was thick with fear, "where's the cabin?" Before I could answer, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. It was Lily's voice. We ran toward the sound, branches whipping our faces. Another scream, closer this time. "Dad, Mom, help!" It was Ethan's voice. We entered a small clearing, our flashlights illuminating a nightmarish scene. Ethan and Lily were huddled at the base of a huge oak tree, their eyes wide with terror. Around them, approaching, were dark, curved shapes that seemed to merge with the shadows. "Get away from them!" I shouted, rushing forward. The shapes receded into the darkness, but I could still feel their presence watching us, even beyond the reach of our lights. Sarah grabbed Ethan's hand. "Are you okay? What happened?" Lily clung to my shoulder, sobbing, and Ethan's voice trembled as he spoke. "We got lost. It got dark so fast, and then we saw them." "Saw what?" Sarah asked. Ethan nodded, his face pale. "They were following us, watching us. We tried to find our way back, but they kept pushing us, driving us deeper into the forest." "We need to get back to the cabin," I said. "Now." We stumbled through the forest, the children between us. Every shadow seemed to move, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. The shapes kept pace with us, always out of sight but undeniably there. After what seemed like hours, we finally saw the warm glow of the cabin porch light through the trees. We ran the last 100 yards, not stopping until we were inside, the door locked behind us. Sarah immediately checked the children for injuries, while I made sure all the windows and doors were locked. In the living room, I caught a glimpse of something moving at the edge of the trees, a dark figure standing unnaturally still, watching the cabin. I quickly closed the curtain, my hand shaking. "Jack," Sarah's voice called me back. "The kids are fine. No injuries, just scared." I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady. "We'll be okay." I settled the children on the sofa, wrapping them in blankets. Ethan kept staring out the window, while Lily clung to her mother, whimpering softly. "What were those things?" Sarah whispered to me. I shook my head. "I don't know, but we're safe now. We'll leave first thing in the morning." A loud bang on the roof made us all jump. Something, or several things, were walking around up there. Lily started crying again, and Ethan's face turned even paler. I grabbed the poker from the fireplace as if it were a weapon. "Sarah, take the kids to the bedroom, lock the door, and don't come out until I say it's safe." She nodded, leading the children into the hallway. I heard the lock click and took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. The sounds above were accompanied by scratching noises on the windows. I went from room to room, checking each one. In the kitchen, a window broke. I rushed in just in time to see a thin, dark arm reaching through the broken glass. I swung the poker with all the strength I could muster, and it struck something solid. There was an inhuman scream, and the arm withdrew. More windows broke. Shadows moved outside, their shapes indistinct but unmistakably non-human. I ran from room to room, swinging the poker at anything that tried to get in. My heart was beating so hard I thought it would explode. The attack seemed to last for hours. When the sun began to rise, every window in the cabin was broken. The floor was covered with glass and leaves blown in by the wind. But somehow, miraculously, nothing had gotten inside. With the first rays of sunlight filtering through the trees, the attack ceased. I cautiously approached a window, looking out at the forest. Nothing moved. The woods looked peaceful and innocent in the morning light. I unlocked the bedroom door. Sarah and the children were huddled together on the bed, their eyes wide with fear. "Is it over?" Sarah asked, exhausted. "I think so. Let's get out of here." We threw our belongings into our bags and ran to the car. When I started the engine, I looked back at the cabin one last time. For a moment, I thought I saw a face in one of the broken windows, pale and elongated with two large dark eyes. But then we were driving away, the tires throwing up gravel. We didn't talk much during the long drive home, each lost in our own thoughts. The kids fell asleep in the back seat. The ordeal had finally caught up with them. Sarah leaned over and squeezed my hand. "What do we tell people?" she asked. I sighed, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. The truth? That the forest isn't as empty as we think? That there are things out there we can't explain? I shook my head. They'd think we're crazy. She nodded, understanding. "Then we don't say anything." "We don't say anything," I agreed. But as we drove back to civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had stumbled upon something ancient and unknown, something that had always been there, hidden in the shadows of the forest, watching and waiting. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that our peaceful family vacation had changed us forever. The forest may have been behind us, but the memory of those dark shapes, those inhuman eyes, would haunt us for the rest of our lives. The cabin was supposed to be our escape. Instead, it showed us a world we should never have seen, a world that no matter how hard we tried, we would never be able to unsee. Next story. The silver tray glinted in the dim hallway light, but its contents made my blood run cold. I had checked into the Blackwood Hotel earlier that evening, exhausted from a long day of meetings. The lobby was grand, all polished marble and crystal chandeliers, but there was something strange about it. Maybe it was the slightly faded carpet, or the way the receptionist's smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "Enjoy your stay, Miss Parker," she said, handing me the key card. Was it my imagination, or did her fingers linger a little longer than usual when they touched mine? My room was on the 13th floor. Of course it was. I'm not usually superstitious, but as the elevator rose, each floor number lighting up in sequence, I felt a growing sense of apprehension. The room itself was quite spacious, with a king-size bed and a view of the city skyline. I placed my laptop on the desk with the intention of working a little before bed. That's when I noticed the first strange thing. A single red rose in a vase on the desk. I hadn't ordered flowers. I picked up the phone to call the front desk, but the line was dead. I tried my cell phone, only to find that I had no signal, which was frustrating, but not entirely uncommon in an old building like this. So shrugging it off, I decided to take a quick shower. The bathroom was luxurious, with gleaming white tiles and soft towels, but the mirror above the sink was slightly stained around the edges. I turned on the shower. The pipes groaned ominously before coming to life. The hot water helped ease the tension in my shoulders, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I tried to rationalize it. A new place, a long day, too much coffee. But the uneasy feeling lingered. Wrapped in a plush hotel bathrobe, I sat down at the desk and opened my laptop. The Wi-Fi was painfully slow, each page taking forever to load. I was in the middle of replying to an email when I heard a soft knock at the door. I froze, my fingers on the keyboard. It was almost midnight. Who could be knocking? "Room service," a muffled voice called out. My eyebrow furrowed. I hadn't ordered anything. "I'm sorry, there must be some mistake," I replied. "I didn't order anything." Silence. Then another knock, more insistent this time. Sighing, I got up and approached the door. I thought it was some kid playing a prank, but when I opened it, I was greeted by a silver tray. And that's where I am now, staring at its contents with growing horror. Because on that tray is a collection of items that shouldn't be here. A used teddy bear I lost when I was 8. A mixtape an ex-boyfriend made for me in college. And a pair of earrings my grandmother left me in her will. Earrings that should be locked in my apartment at home. I picked up the tray and brought it into the room. There was a note tucked under the bear. With trembling fingers, I unfolded it. "Welcome back, Emily. We've been waiting for you." The door closed behind me, making me jump. I turned around, but there was no one there, just the empty hallway visible through the peephole. My heart raced as I tried to understand what was going on. How did these things get here? Who brought them? And what did that welcome note mean? I had never stayed at this hotel before. I grabbed my phone again, desperately trying to get a signal. The room suddenly seemed smaller, the air thick and oppressive. I needed to get out of here. I threw on some clothes and slipped my feet into my shoes, not bothering with the laces. The lights flickered once, twice, then went out completely. I was in total darkness. Then, slowly, a faint green glow emanated from the items on the tray. The teddy bear's eyes seemed to follow me as I backed away, my back hitting the wall. A low hum filled the air and grew louder with each passing second. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The bathroom mirror began to rattle in its frame. I tried to grab the doorknob, but my sweaty palms slipped on the cold metal. It wouldn't turn. I was locked in. "Help!" I screamed, pounding on the door. "Someone help me!" But my screams were muffled by the intensifying buzzing. The floor beneath my feet began to vibrate. Pictures fell from the walls and shattered on the carpet. Then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The lights flickered back on, revealing a room in disarray. But the tray and its impossible contents were gone. What just happened? Was I going crazy? A new sound broke the silence, the cheerful ping of an arriving email. My laptop, somehow undisturbed on the desk, glowed with an unread message. The email was from an address I didn't recognize, eternal@blackwood.com. The subject line read, "Your stay." With a trembling hand, I clicked to open it. "Dear Ms. Parker, we hope you are enjoying your return to the Blackwood Hotel. As a valued guest, we have taken the liberty of providing a few mementos from your previous stays with us. Your room has been specially prepared to enhance your experience. We hope you will enjoy the full duration of your visit, as early checkout may be problematic this time. Sweet dreams, the management." I've never been here before, have I? A knock on the door made me jump. "Housekeeping," a cheerful voice called out. I approached cautiously and looked through the peephole. An older woman in a housekeeping uniform smiled back at me, her cart visible behind her. Against my better judgment, I opened the door a crack. "Excuse me, I didn't request housekeeping." But the maid's smile never wavered. "We always clean your quarters at this time, whenever you stay with us." A chill ran down my spine. "I've never stayed here before," I insisted, my voice trembling. She laughed, a sound like brittle leaves. "Of course you have, Miss Parker. You've been our guest many, many times. You just never remember." Before I could respond, she passed me and entered the room. I leaned back, watching in stunned silence as she began to tidy up the mess. Now, she said, picking up a fallen picture frame. "We can't have you making such a racket every time. It disturbs the other guests." "Other guests?" I managed to say. I didn't see anyone else. The maid paused to stare at me with the same unchanging smile. "Oh, they're here. They're always here. Like you." She resumed cleaning, humming softly to herself. I watched, frozen, as she moved around the room with practiced efficiency. In just a few minutes, it was as if nothing had happened. The room was spotless, every item in its place. "There you go," she said, satisfied. "Now you should get some rest, dear. Tomorrow is always a big day here at the Blackwood." As she wheeled her cart toward the door, a thought occurred to me. "Wait," I asked. "What did you mean by 'I never remember'? What's going on here?" The maid paused at the door, her back to me. When she spoke, her voice had lost its cheerful tone and been replaced by something old and cold. "Time works differently here, Miss Parker. For some, it's a moment. For others, it's an eternity. But for you, well, you're special. You keep coming back, always forgetting. always reliving. It's fascinating, really." She turned to me, and I saw that her eyes were completely black, like empty voids. "Now," she said softly, "when you wake up, it will all start again. Who knows, maybe this time you'll finally remember." The door closed behind her with a soft click. I rushed to open it, but it was locked once again. The room spun around me, and a wave of dizziness hit me. I fell onto the bed, my limbs suddenly heavy, and my eyes closing against my will. The last thing I saw was the vase on the bedside table. A fresh red rose had appeared, its petals glistening in the dim light. Tomorrow I will wake up in my own bed, in my own apartment. Eventually, I will take a business trip and check into the Blackwood Hotel, tired from a long day of traveling. The receptionist will smile and say, "Enjoy your stay, Ms. Parker," and it will all begin again. Next story. The island wasn't on any map, but it was all I could think about. What started as a dream vacation quickly turned into a nightmare we couldn't escape. Lisa and I had been planning this trip for months. 2 weeks in paradise, just the two of us, to celebrate our 5th wedding anniversary. The promotional brochure showed crystal clear waters, pristine beaches, and the ultimate in relaxation, but it didn't mention the secrets lurking off the coast. We arrived at our resort on a sunny Tuesday afternoon. The view from our beachfront bungalow was breathtaking, an endless expanse of turquoise water stretching to the horizon. That first evening, as we sipped cocktails on our private deck, I noticed a small, dark shape in the distance. "Hey, Lisa," I said, pointing. "Is that an island out there?" Lisa squinted, following my gaze. "I don't remember seeing that on the map. Maybe it's just a shadow." But it wasn't a shadow. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden glow over the water, and I could clearly see the silhouette of an island, its jagged outline against the dim light. "We should ask about it tomorrow," Lisa suggested. "Maybe there's a day trip or something." I nodded, but something about the island's presence disturbed me. It seemed larger than it should, a dark stain on our perfect tropical landscape. The next morning I went down to the reception desk while Lisa was still getting ready for breakfast. The receptionist, a young local woman named Amy, greeted me with a bright smile. "Good morning, Mr. Thompson. How are you enjoying your stay so far?" "Very well," I replied. "Actually, I had a question. Is the offshore island open to visitors?" Amy's smile faltered for a moment. "Island, sir? There are no islands within sight of the resort." I frowned. "But I can see it from our bungalow. It's right there, maybe a couple of miles away." Amy kept her expression carefully neutral now. "I assure you, Mr. Thompson, there is no island. Perhaps you saw a passing ship or a cloud formation." I wanted to argue, but something in her tone made me back down. Instead, I thanked her and left, more confused than ever. Over breakfast, I told Lisa about the strange conversation. She looked concerned. "That's odd," she said, stirring her coffee absently. "We spent the morning at the beach, but I couldn't relax. My eyes kept drifting back to the island, which seemed even more prominent in the daylight. Its coast was surrounded by dense vegetation, and I could have sworn I saw movement among the trees. I noticed other guests pointing and whispering about the island, but whenever anyone approached a staff member to ask about it, they received the same denial we had. That night, unable to sleep, I sat on our deck staring at the dark shape on the horizon. A faint light flickered among the trees. As I watched, my skin prickled despite the warm night air. Suddenly, a low hum filled the air, and I watched in disbelief as a small boat with its lights off emerged from the shadows of the island. It sped toward the resort, disappearing from view as it approached the shore. My heart pounding, I shook Lisa awake. "Someone just arrived from the island," I whispered urgently. "We need to find out what's going on." She blinked at me sleepily. "Come on, Jack, it's the middle of the night. You're probably seeing things." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I threw on some clothes and left the bungalow, ignoring Lisa's protests. The resort was very quiet, as I made my way toward the beach. As I turned a corner, I saw a group of people unloading boxes from a small boat. They worked quickly and silently, their faces hidden in the shadows. My heart raced. What was in those boxes? Drugs? Guns? My mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. A branch snapped under my foot, and one of the figures turned sharply in my direction. I held my breath, pressing myself against the rough bark of a tree. A voice shouted, "Who's there?" I ran and didn't stop until I was back at our bungalow. Lisa sat on the bed, her eyes wide with worry. "Jack, what happened?" I told her everything I had seen, the words coming out in a frantic rush. Her face grew paler by the second. "We have to leave," she said finally. "First thing in the morning. This isn't safe." I nodded, relieved that she believed me. We spent the rest of the night packing our bags, jumping at every sound outside. When the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, we took our bags to the front desk. Amy was there again, her smile as bright and fake as ever. "Leaving so early?" she asked. Her tone was light, but her eyes were sharp. "Yes," I replied firmly. "We need to get home immediately." Amy's fingers flew across the keyboard. "I'm sorry to hear that. Let me see your reservation." She frowned at the screen. "It looks like there's a problem. The system won't let me check you out." "What do you mean it won't let you?" I demanded. "We want to leave now." Amy's smile didn't waver. "I understand, sir, but I'm afraid that's not possible. Your stay with us is not yet over." I grabbed Lisa's hand and turned to leave, but two large men in resort uniforms blocked our way. "Please," Amy said, her voice suddenly harsh, "go back to your bungalow. We'll sort this out later." The next few days were a blur of fear and confusion. We were prisoners in paradise. Our every move was watched. The other guests seemed oblivious to our situation, laughing and playing on the beach as if nothing was wrong. Every night I watched the boat make its clandestine trip from the island. Once, I saw a group of people being escorted onto the boat, looking dazed and disoriented. We tried to warn the other guests, but no one believed us. Everyone insisted that there was no island, no boat, and no danger. It was as if the entire resort was under some kind of spell. On our 5th night in captivity, Lisa shook me awake. "Jack, look," she whispered urgently. I followed her gaze to the window, where a thick fog had formed, obscuring everything beyond our bungalow. But in the distance, a light pulsed rhythmically, coming from the island. It was a signal, I realized. They were calling the boat. Lisa's eyes were wide with fear and determination. "This may be our only chance," she said. With our hearts pounding, we gathered what we could carry and stepped out into the fog. The resort was eerily silent, the usual sounds of the night absent. We made our way to the beach, the damp sand muffling our footsteps. The spot where I had seen the boat land was deserted. We crouched behind some boxes and waited for minutes that stretched into what felt like hours. Finally, we heard the low hum of an engine. The boat materialized out of the fog, a dark shape against the gray background. When it bumped against the dock, we tensed, ready to act, but before we could, a group of resort employees appeared, led by Amy. They began unloading more crates, working with practiced efficiency. I grabbed Lisa's arm and we left our hiding place, running across the dock. We heard cries of alarm behind us, but we didn't look back and jumped onto the boat just as it began to pull away. A gray-haired man with hard eyes turned to us in shock, but I didn't let him finish. Adrenaline surged through me, and I attacked him, fighting for control of the tiller. Lisa grabbed a nearby rope and quickly tied the man's hands and feet. Heading into the fog, the angry voices faded as we approached the island. Its true nature became clear. What we thought was dense vegetation was actually a cluster of carefully camouflaged buildings and equipment. Lights shone in the windows and figures moved with purpose. "My God," Lisa breathed. "What is this place?" We never had a chance to find out. As we approached the coast, searchlights suddenly came on, blinding us. Alarms sounded, and I could hear the sound of more boats approaching. "We have to go back," I said, my voice trembling. "We can't dock here." Lisa, pale but determined, turned the wheel, and we headed back out to sea. We passed the other boats, their occupants screaming and gesticulating wildly. For hours we pushed the small boat to its limits, always staying ahead of our pursuers. Finally, we spotted another island in the distance, this time a real island with a busy harbor. We docked amid a group of fishing boats, our legs shaking as we stepped onto solid ground. The local police were skeptical of our story at first, but the boat captain, once untied, corroborated enough to launch an investigation. Weeks later, we discovered the truth. The resort was a front for a large human trafficking operation. The island served as a processing center where people were sorted and sent to buyers around the world. Hundreds of victims were rescued, and a network of corrupt officials and businessmen was exposed. Lisa and I returned home, shaken but grateful to be alive. We never took another tropical vacation. We learned that some paradises are best left unexplored. Next story. I never thought a smile could be so scary until I met Mrs. Anderson. Her nightmarish constant presence turned our dream home into a prison of paranoia. It all started the day we moved in. The moving truck had just left, leaving boxes scattered across our new front lawn. I was struggling with a particularly heavy one when I heard a cheerful voice behind me. "Welcome to the neighborhood." It was an impeccably dressed woman with a plate of cookies in her hands. Her smile was wide, almost too wide, stretching across her face in a way that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I'm Margaret Anderson," she said, holding out the plate. "I live next door. I thought you might need a little encouragement after all that hard work." "Thank you," I said, taking a cookie. "I'm Sarah. My husband Tom and our kids are somewhere inside, probably arguing about where to put the couch." Mrs. Anderson's eyes lit up. "Oh, you have children. How wonderful." There was an intensity to her words that seemed out of place, but I chalked it up to neighborly enthusiasm and invited her in for a tour. As we walked through the house, Mrs. Anderson commented on the paint colors, the layout, and even the view from each window, as if cataloging every detail. When we reached the children's bedrooms, she lingered, running her hand over the door frames with an almost reverent touch. "Sacred spaces for growing minds," she murmured. "You must be so proud." "Well, we should probably get back to unpacking," I said, thanking her again for the cookies. Mrs. Anderson's smile never faded. "Of course, dear. Don't hesitate to call if you need anything. I'm always available. I'm always around." As I watched her walk back to her house, a chill ran down my spine, despite the warm summer air. The following weeks were a whirlwind of unpacking, settling in, and starting new routines. Mrs. Anderson was a constant presence, always showing up with baked goods or a helpful suggestion about lawn care or local schools. Tom laughed at my concern about her friendliness, but soon her visits began to feel less like neighborly gestures and more like inspections. One afternoon I was in the backyard with my daughter Emma, helping her practice cartwheels. I heard the distinctive sound of a camera shutter and looked up to see Mrs. Anderson lowering her cell phone. "Oh, don't mind me," she said, waving from her upstairs window. "I love capturing special moments. You two look so adorable together." I forced a smile and waved back, but inside my stomach churned. Why was she photographing us, and how long had she been watching? That night, I told Tom, who reassured me that she was probably just a lonely old woman who missed having children around, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had taken root in my gut. As the days turned into weeks, Mrs. Anderson's behavior became increasingly erratic. She seemed to know our schedules better than we did, always showing up when we were leaving for work or school. Once I came home and found her in our backyard pruning our rose bushes without being invited. "I hope you don't mind," she said, her smile always in place. I noticed they needed a little TLC and couldn't help myself. I wanted to get angry and tell her to stay off our property, but something in her eyes stopped me, a desperate need that made me hesitate. "That's very kind of you," I managed to say. "But in the future, please ask before entering our yard." Her smile flickered for a moment, a flash of something dark crossing her face, and then it disappeared, replaced by her usual forced expression. "Of course, dear, I wouldn't want to overstep my bounds." But she did overstep. She showed up at Emma's soccer game cheering louder than any of the other parents, appeared at the grocery store coincidentally shopping at the same time as me, and even started leaving voice messages with detailed information about the weather, just in case we forgot to check the forecast. The breaking point came on a cold October night. Tom and I were enjoying a rare night out and had left the kids with a babysitter. We returned to find Mrs. Anderson sitting on our porch with a disapproving look on her face. "I saw that young lady you left in charge," she said, her voice dripping with disdain. "She invited her boyfriend over. They were being very inappropriate." My blood ran cold. How did she know that? Had she been watching our house the entire time we were out? Tom, much calmer than I, finally spoke up. "Mrs. Anderson, this has to stop. You can't spy on us. We appreciate your concern, but this is going too far." For a moment, Mrs. Anderson's facade cracked. Her smile disappeared, replaced by a look of pain and loneliness so raw that I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. "I'm just trying to help," she whispered, "to keep her safe, to be a part of her life." Tom softened his tone a little. "We understand that you may be feeling lonely, but this is not the way to make friends. You need to respect our privacy." Mrs. Anderson rose slowly, her shoulders slumped. "You don't understand," she said, her voice suddenly cold. "None of you will ever understand." She turned away, disappearing into the darkness of her own home. Tom and I exchanged worried glances before rushing inside to check on the children. The next morning, Mrs. Anderson's house was silent, with no lights on and no movement. Days passed, and we saw no sign of her. Part of me was relieved, but another part was worried that we had been too harsh. A week later, I woke up to the sound of sirens. Curious, I went outside, where a small group of neighbors had gathered. "What's going on?" I asked a woman I recognized from down the street. She leaned over and whispered, "They found Mrs. Anderson. She took her own life." The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Mrs. Anderson was dead. Our confrontation had pushed her over the edge. As the police conducted their investigation, more details emerged. Mrs. Anderson had lost her husband and young daughter in a car accident decades ago and had never fully recovered, becoming increasingly isolated and fixated on the families around her. Dozens of photo albums of neighborhood children, including ours, were found in her home. There were journals detailing our daily routines, our conversations, and even what we ate for dinner. She was obsessed with the family life she had lost and desperately wanted to regain. The most chilling discovery was in her basement, a room meticulously decorated to match Emma's bedroom in our house, right down to the stuffed animals on the bed. On the wall was a calendar with a date circled in red, the day after our confrontation with her on the porch. The police believed she was planning to take Emma away to recreate the family she had lost. Our argument had disrupted her plans, leading to her tragic decision. In the days that followed, our quiet suburb was a whirlwind of police interviews, concerned neighbors, and news vans. We installed a security system and added extra locks to the doors and windows, but no alarm could protect us from the guilt and fear that now permeated our once happy home. Months passed, and life slowly returned to normal, or at least a new version of normal. Mrs. Anderson's house is empty, a silent reminder of the tragedy that unfolded. Sometimes I find myself staring at her windows, half expecting to see her watching us. The children no longer play in the front yard, and I check the locks every night. We talk about moving, about starting over in a new place, but part of me wonders if it would really make a difference. Suddenly, the world seems full of Mrs. Andersons, their smiles hiding desperate loneliness and dangerous obsessions. Every friendly wave from a neighbor now carries a hint of suspicion. Every act of kindness is scrutinized for ulterior motives. Our dream home has become a fortress, and trust seems like a luxury we can no longer afford. As I sit on our porch, watching the sunset on our quiet street, I can't help but think of Mrs. Anderson, the pain she must have carried for so long, and the desperation that drove her to such extremes. I think about how a simple act of neighborly kindness turned into something dark and frightening. And I wonder, as I watch a new family move into Mrs. Anderson's old house, their children laughing as they unload boxes, how well do we really know our neighbors? What secrets lie behind those smiles and friendly waves? How do we balance openness and caution in a world where the greatest dangers can be hidden in plain sight, just over a white picket fence? The sun sets below the horizon, casting long shadows across our lawn. I get up, take one last look at Mrs. Anderson's old house, and go inside. As I lock the door behind me, I say a silent prayer for Mrs. Anderson, for my family, and for all the lonely souls searching for connection in all the wrong ways. Because in the end, the scariest monsters aren't the ones hiding under our beds or in our closets. They're the ones who live next door, smile, wave, and offer us cookies while planning to destroy what they so desperately want. Next story. The cable car stopped, leaving us hanging over the abyss as the icy wind blew. That's when I realized that our dream ski vacation had just turned into a nightmare. It was supposed to be the perfect family getaway. My wife, Karen, and our two children, Ethan, 14, and Lily, 10, had been eagerly awaiting this trip to Aspen for months. It was my attempt to make up for all the weekends I had missed because of work. The first few days were great. The slopes were pristine, the hot chocolate was delicious, and my family's laughter echoed through our cozy cabin. But on the third day, things started to go wrong. It started with small things. Ethan's ski bindings came loose during a run, causing him to fall. Lily's brand new goggles disappeared from the closet. Karen's favorite gloves were gone. "It must be the gremlins," I joked, trying to lighten the mood, but I could tell Karen wasn't amused. That evening, as we sat around the fireplace in the resort's great hall, I overheard a heated conversation between two staff members. "It's happening again," one whispered urgently. "Just like last season," the other hissed, looking nervously around the room. Their eyes met mine and quickly darted away. A chill, which had nothing to do with the temperature, ran down my spine. What was happening again, and why did they look so scared? The next morning, we decided to try a new trail. As we approached the cable car, I noticed that the operator looked tense, his eyes darting back and forth. "Everything okay?" I asked as we prepared to board. He flashed a smile that didn't reach his eyes. We were halfway up the mountain when the car stopped. At first, we weren't worried. We knew these things happen, but as the minutes passed, a feeling of unease crept over us. "Daddy, I'm cold," Lily whimpered and moved closer to Karen. "It's okay, sweetie," I reassured her, though my own doubt was growing. We expected the engines to start at any moment, but they didn't. The wind picked up, howling around us like a hungry beast. Snow began to fall in thick flakes, obscuring our view of the resort below. After what seemed like hours, a crackle came over the speakers connected to the lift tower. "Attention all passengers," a voice announced, the tension evident even through the static. "We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please remain calm. Our team is working to resolve the issue." "Technical difficulties," Ethan scoffed. "More like someone's playing a joke on us." I wanted to ignore his comment, but after the strange occurrences of the past few days, I wasn't so sure. As darkness fell, the temperature plummeted. We huddled together, sharing what little warmth we could. Lily had stopped complaining long ago. Her silence was more worrying than her earlier lamentations. Then we heard it, a horrible scream coming from higher up the mountain. Karen grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "What was that?" she whispered, her breath visible in the icy air. Before I could answer, we heard it again, a horrible scream that seemed to echo off the surrounding peaks, followed by a series of loud cracks and a rumble that shook our chairlift. "Avalanche," I breathed, my heart racing, but it didn't feel right. The rumbling was too rhythmic, almost like footsteps, and then a massive shape appeared out of the darkness, moving with a speed impossible for its size. It was vaguely humanoid, but grotesquely deformed, with limbs that seemed too long and a head that was little more than a gaping mouth. I caught a glimpse of its eyes, cold, dead things that nevertheless burned with a malevolent intelligence. It was carrying something, a soft shape that, with horror, I realized was a person. "My God," Karen gasped, putting her hand over her mouth. The creature paused, its head turned toward us for a breathtaking moment, but then it continued on, disappearing into the swirling snow. "Dad?" Ethan's voice trembled, all his teenage bravado gone. "What the hell was that?" I had no words. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what we had just seen. It was impossible, and yet the lift came back to life so suddenly that we almost fell. As we descended, I saw figures moving quickly on the slopes below, their headlamps cutting through the darkness. When we reached the bottom, a group of grim-faced resort employees was waiting for us. They hurried us inside, their eyes darting nervously to the mountain rising behind us. In the lobby, guests demanded answers, children cried, and staff members looked overwhelmed. I managed to pull aside one of the staff members I recognized from before. "What's going on?" I whispered. He paled and looked around before approaching me. "Did you see it?" he whispered. When I nodded, he cursed under his breath. "They said it was just a story, a legend to scare tourists, but it's real. The Wendigo is real." "Wendigo?" Karen interjected. "Like the Native American myth?" The employee nodded solemnly. "This resort was built on sacred ground. The elders warned them, but the owners didn't listen. Now it's awake, and it's hungry." A commotion near the reception desk caught our attention. A distraught couple was pleading with the manager. "Please, you have to help us find her." My blood ran cold as I remembered the limp form in the creature's arms. The manager tried to calm them, assuring them that search parties had been organized and that poor cell phone reception was to blame. But I saw the fear in his eyes. He knew. As the night wore on, more reports of missing guests came in. The staff grew increasingly frantic, huddling in corners and whispering urgently. I heard snippets about containing the situation and calling in the experts. I gathered my family around me, grateful that we were all safe, but the terror of what we had witnessed hung over us like a shroud. Around midnight, a group of stern-looking men in dark suits arrived. They spoke briefly with the manager before addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen," one of them announced in an authoritative voice, "due to unforeseen circumstances, we are conducting an evacuation of the resort. Buses will arrive shortly to transport you to a safe location. Please gather your belongings and prepare to depart." Waves of confusion and fear swept through the room, evacuating in the middle of the night during a snowstorm. As we packed our things, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running away from something much worse. The image of that monstrous shape on the mountain haunted me. Its hunger was palpable, even from a distance. The bus ride down the mountain was tense and silent. Lily finally succumbed to exhaustion, sleeping fitfully in Karen's arms. Ethan stared out the window, his face pale and expressionless. As we moved away from the mountain, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the night, and the bus driver accelerated, his knuckles turning white on the steering wheel. We were put up in a nearby town. As the authorities claimed, there was an environmental risk at the resort, but I saw the way they looked at us, the survivors who knew we had seen something we shouldn't have. In the days that followed, news reports said the resort had been closed indefinitely. Search teams combed the mountain but found no trace of the missing guests. Experts were sent to assess the situation. But late at night, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can still hear that terrible cry of hunger echoing through the peaks. I know that somewhere up there, in the pure snow and towering pine trees, an ancient evil has awakened, an evil that no amount of luxury or corporate disguises can contain. We never went skiing again after that. The mountains, once a source of joy and beauty, now appear in my nightmares as dark sentinels hiding unimaginable horrors. And every winter, when the first snow falls, I find myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a misshapen shadow, and those cold, dead eyes watching, waiting, hungry. Next story. The old house creaked and groaned, but it wasn't the pipes that kept me awake that night. It was the woman in the basement, her wild eyes and her even wilder words. I've been an emergency plumber for 15 years and thought I'd seen it all. Burst pipes, flooded basements, and even the occasional snake in a bathroom. But nothing could have prepared me for what I found at 13,113 Mocking Lane. It was a Tuesday night, just after 1 a.m., when I got the call. The dispatcher's voice came over the radio, giving me the address and a brief description of the problem. Basement leak, urgent. I sighed, grabbed my toolbox, and headed out into the night. The house stood before me, a Victorian monstrosity that seemed to be succumbing to the weight of its own history. The paint peeled from the siding in long, wavy strips, and the porch steps creaked menacingly under my feet. I walked up to the front door and knocked, a chill running down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. There was no answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. Just as I was about to leave, assuming no one was home, the door swung open on its own. "Hello?" I called, peering into the dimly lit hallway. "Emergency plumber? Anyone home?" Silence greeted me, broken only by the steady drip of water from somewhere deep inside the house. Against my better judgment, I stepped inside. It was a mess of faded wallpaper and dusty antiques. A single light bulb flickered dimly in the hallway, casting long shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The dripping sound grew louder as I made my way to what appeared to be the door to the basement. As I reached for the doorknob, a voice came from below, so faint I could barely hear it. "Down here," it whispered, sending a shiver down my spine. I hesitated, my hand inches from the door. All my instincts screamed to turn around, get out of this house, and never look back. But I was here to do a job, and someone clearly needed help. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped into the darkness. The basement was a cavern of shadows, lit only by the faint beam of my flashlight. Water glistened on the concrete floor, reflecting the light in mysterious patterns. And there, huddled in the farthest corner, was an older woman, perhaps in her 60s, with gray hair and eyes that seemed too large for her face. Her clothes were soaked, clinging to her thin frame like a second skin. When my light fell on her, she blinked rapidly, like a creature unaccustomed to illumination. "Ma'am," I said cautiously, "I'm here about the leak. Are you all right?" She didn't answer directly, just kept muttering under her breath, her eyes darting around the room as if following invisible movements. As I got closer, I could make out some of her words. "They're coming. The walls are too thin. Can't keep them out much longer." This was way above my pay grade. I needed to fix the leak and get out of here fast. I quickly located a rusty pipe near the ceiling, where water was spurting out in a fine mist. As I got to work, the woman's mutterings grew louder and more frantic. "You don't understand," she said, her voice rising. "It's not the water. It's what's in the water." I tried to focus on my task, but her words seeped into my mind. The woman crawled closer, her movements jerky and unnatural. They came in, whispered their secrets, but I was listening. Yes, I was. For years. My hands trembled as I tightened the last screw. The leak slowed to a drip, and then stopped completely. In the sudden silence, the woman's breathing seemed unnaturally loud, All fixed now, I said, forcing a smile. Is there anyone I can call? Your family? She let out a laugh, a high-pitched, broken sound that left my teeth on edge. Family? They tried to take me away, but I was smarter than them. I'm the only one left. I started to back away, my toolbox clutched to my chest like a shield. Well, if you're sure you're okay, I'll be going. As I turned to leave, her hand shot out, grabbing my ankle with surprising strength. Wait, she cried. You have to listen. You have to understand. I tried to pull away, but her grip was like iron. Let me go, ma'am, please. Her eyes locked on mine, and in that moment, I saw something in their depths that turned my blood to ice. It wasn't just madness, or at least not only madness, it was a terrible knowledge, a heavy burden that no human being should possess. They're in the pipes, she whispered, her voice taking on a sing-song quality. In the walls, in the very air we breathe, waiting, and now that you've fixed the leak, you've opened a door for them. A low rumble filled the air like distant thunder, but the sky had been clear when I arrived. The woman's grip tightened, her nails digging into my skin. Do you hear it? She asked, a manic smile spreading across her face. They're coming, and this time, they're coming for you. In a burst of panic, I wrenched my leg free and ran for the stairs. The woman's laughter echoed off the damp walls behind me, rising to a hysterical pitch. I climbed the steps 2 at a time, my heart pounding in my chest. When I reached the top, a gust of wind slammed the basement door shut, plunging me into darkness. I fumbled with the doorknob, my fingers slipping on the smooth metal. The rumbling grew louder, and I swore I could hear voices now. Countless whispers overlapping each other, speaking in languages I couldn't understand, but which filled me with a primal fear. The door finally gave way, and I staggered into the hallway. I didn't stop running until I was out of the house and in my truck. My hands were shaking so much that I could barely put the key in the ignition. As I pulled away from the curb, I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the woman at the door, her pale face glowing in the moonlight. Behind her, in the windows of the upper floors, I saw shapes moving, fluid, impossible shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. I drove all night non-stop until I was miles away and the sun was rising on the horizon. Only then did I pull over and try to understand what had happened. The logical part of my brain tried to rationalize it all. The woman was clearly disturbed, and the rest was just my imagination running wild in a creepy old house. But deep down, I knew I had glimpsed something that night, something ancient, alien, and utterly terrifying. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Water made me nervous. Every dripping faucet, every puddle in the street seemed to hide unspeakable horrors. I started taking showers instead of baths, and I never stayed under the water for very long. I considered quitting my job, but the idea that someone else might stumble upon what I had found kept me going. I became known as the guy you called for strange jobs in old houses that other plumbers avoided. And whenever I work on a pipe or fix a leak, I listen carefully, not just for the normal sounds of water and metal, but for something else, the whispers, the rumbling of something moving in the depths. Because now I know the truth the woman in the basement tried to warn me about. The pipes aren't just for water. They're conduits for things we were never meant to find. And somewhere out there, in the vast network of pipes and sewers that run beneath our feet, those things are waiting, watching, and one day they'll find their way out. Next story. The forest had eyes, and they were all fixed on me. What started as a peaceful hike turned into a desperate fight for survival against an invisible predator. I've always been an outdoor enthusiast. There's something about the solitude of nature that recharges my soul like nothing else. So when I had a few days off from work, I decided to tackle a challenging trail in the remote wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. On the morning I left, the air was perfect, crisp and autumnal, with a light mist hanging over the trees and the promise of adventure ahead. I parked my car at the trailhead, double-checked my backpack, and set off into the forest. The first few hours were everything I had hoped for. The trail wound through ancient forests, the towering trees creating a cathedral-like canopy above me. I didn't even bother to check my watch or consult my map, enjoying the peaceful solitude. It wasn't until early afternoon that I first felt it, a tingling sensation on the back of my neck, as if someone were watching me. I turned quickly, half expecting to see another hiker, but the trail behind me was empty, the forest quiet and still. I shook off the feeling and pressed on, but it remained. With every kilometer that passed, the forest seemed to close in around me, the shadows deepening despite the midday sun. More than once I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye, but I found nothing when I turned to look. My uneasiness grew. The trail markers became less frequent, and I found myself checking my map more often. The cheerful birdsong that had accompanied me earlier faded away, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the crunch of leaves under my boots. That's when I heard it, a low guttural sound that was neither human nor any animal I recognized. It echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I quickened my pace, no longer caring about the landscape. The sound came again, closer this time. I started to run, my backpack swinging painfully against my spine, branches hitting my face as I left the trail, driven by blind panic. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to get away from whatever was behind me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I stopped, doubled over, gasping for breath as my heartbeat slowly returned to normal. That's when I realized, with growing horror, that I had no idea where I was. In my panic, I had left the trail far behind. Night was falling fast, the forest turning into a maze of deep shadows and unfamiliar shapes. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking as I turned it on. The narrow beam barely penetrated the darkness, creating grotesque shadows that seemed to move and change when I wasn't looking. I needed to find shelter, to regroup, and come up with a plan. As I scanned the area, my light fell on what appeared to be a small cave entrance, partially hidden by undergrowth. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than spending the night completely exposed. I headed toward it, every crackling branch and rustling leaf sending my nerves on edge. Then I heard that inhuman sound again, much closer now. I dove into the cave, pressing myself against the cold stone wall. For hours I lay there, huddled, straining my ears for any sign of pursuit. Occasionally I heard movement outside, heavy footsteps circling the cave, branches snapping under significant weight. Whatever it was, it knew I was there, and it was patient. As the night wore on, exhaustion began to overcome my fear. Despite my best efforts, I felt my eyelids grow heavy. I must have dozed off, because I was jolted awake by a deafening roar from just outside the cave entrance. I jumped back, the beam of my flashlight dancing wildly across the cave walls. And then I saw it, a huge, shadowy figure blocking the entrance. It was vaguely humanoid but very large, with abnormally long limbs and a head that seemed to shift and change shape as I watched. I wanted to scream, but terror had frozen my vocal cords. The creature took a step forward, its movements fluid and predatory. In the dim light, I caught a glimpse of its eyes, cold, black, and filled with an intelligence that was anything but animal. I was certain I was going to die. This thing, whatever it was, had been toying with me all day. The hunt was over, and I had lost. But as it approached, a strange calm came over me. If this was how it was going to end, I wasn't going to cower in a corner. I grabbed my flashlight tightly and lunged forward, swinging it with all my strength at the creature's head. To my utter shock, it hit squarely. The creature staggered backward with a cry. Of pain or surprise, I wasn't sure which. Without waiting to see if I had really heard it, I ran out of the cave and into the pre-dawn forest. My feet barely touched the ground as I flew between the trees. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in a small clearing as the first rays of sunlight began to filter through the treetops. For a while, I lay there gasping for air and waiting for the attack that never came. When daylight came, I slowly got to my feet, every muscle screaming in protest. I was lost, exhausted, and terrified, but I was alive. In the light of day, my encounter in the cave seemed almost like a dream, as if I had imagined it all. But then I saw the state of my torn and dirty clothes, with long scratches on my arms that I didn't remember making, and my flashlight was bent and dented, with dark spots on its surface that I didn't want to examine too closely. It took me most of the day to find my way back to a marked trail and a few more hours to reach my car. All the while, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Was it some unknown species, a hallucination caused by fear and exhaustion, or something else entirely, something that defied explanation? In the weeks that followed, I scoured the internet for similar stories, looking for clues about what I had encountered in that forest. I found more than I expected: reports of missing hikers, strange sightings, and unexplained sounds in forests across the country. Most were easily dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, but a few sounded eerily familiar. I never reported my experience to the authorities. Who would believe me? I hung up my hiking boots, at least for solo trips for now. I prefer well-traveled trails and always hike with a group. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can hear that low, guttural sound outside my window, and I know deep in my bones that the thing in the forest is still out there, waiting, watching, and that one day it may come looking for me again. So if you're walking alone in the depths of the forest and you feel that twinge at the back of your neck, as if someone is watching you, don't ignore it. Don't tell yourself it's just your imagination, because sometimes the monsters in the shadows are very real, and not everyone who encounters them lives to tell the tale. Next story. I never thought a kiss could taste like danger until I met him. What started as a harmless flirtation in our sleepy town quickly turned into a nightmare I couldn't escape. When Mark and I moved to Millbrook, we were full of hope. The picturesque streets lined with maple trees and the friendly faces of our neighbors promised the fresh start we desperately needed after years of working in the city. Mark threw himself into his new remote job, and I started transforming our little house. It was at one of those endless town social gatherings that I met James. He immediately stood out, tall, with a rugged charm that seemed at odds with the wholesome small-town vibe. Our eyes met in a sea of polo shirts and gingham, and I felt a jolt of electricity I hadn't experienced in years. "New here?" he asked, approaching me at the punch bowl. His voice was deep, with a hint of gravel that sent shivers down my spine. I managed to extend my hand. "Sarah, my husband, and I moved here last month." If the mention of my husband bothered him, he didn't show it. "James," he replied, his hand lingering on mine for a moment too long. "Welcome to Millbrook. I have a feeling you're going to shake things up around here." I laughed, but there was an intensity in his gaze that left me both thrilled and uneasy. As I watched him walk away, I tried to shake off the feeling that something important had just happened. Over the next few weeks, I ran into James everywhere, at the grocery store, the local coffee shop, and even on my morning runs. Each encounter left me blushing and a little breathless. I told myself it was harmless, just a little excitement to break up the monotony of small-town life. But then came the night of the summer festival. Mark was stuck on a work call, so I went alone. The streets were filled with music and laughter, with strings of lights transforming the town square into a magical wonderland. And there was James, devastatingly handsome in a simple white t-shirt and jeans. When he saw me, he smiled and walked toward me. Before I could react, he pulled me close. "Dance with me," he whispered. The band was playing a slow, sensual song, and as we swayed together under the stars, something changed between us. I don't know who moved first, but suddenly his lips were on mine. The kiss was electric and passionate, everything I had been missing. For a moment, I forgot about Mark, about our life together, about everything except the feel of James's arms around me. Then reality came crashing back. I pulled away, mumbled an apology, and fled into the night, my heart racing with a mixture of joy and guilt. What had I done? The next morning, a bouquet of red roses arrived at our door. The card simply read, "Until next time." I quickly hid them in the garage, my stomach churning with desire and dread. I tried to avoid James after that, but it seemed impossible in such a small town. Wherever I went, there he was, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, our encounters became more frequent, more intense. A touch of hands at the farmer's market, a lingering glance between the pews at church. Each time, I felt myself being pulled deeper into his orbit. It was wrong, I knew. I loved Mark. Our marriage wasn't perfect, but it was solid, built on years of trust and shared dreams. And yet I couldn't deny the thrill that ran through me every time I saw James. One rainy afternoon, I ran into him at the bookstore. We started talking about our favorite authors, and before I knew it, hours had passed. We were outside under the awning, watching the rain fall, when he turned to me. "I can't stop thinking about you, Sarah," he said in a low, urgent voice. "I know you feel it too. We could be amazing together." I wanted to resist, to walk away, but instead, I found myself nodding. "Yes," I whispered. And then his lips were on mine again. It was a whirlwind of stolen moments and passionate encounters. We would meet in secret, always careful to avoid prying eyes. James was intoxicating and made me feel alive in a way I had forgotten was possible. But with each clandestine encounter, the weight of my guilt grew heavier. It was Mark's worried face that finally snapped me out of it. "Are you okay, honey?" he asked one night, his forehead furrowed with concern. "You seem distant lately." The genuine love and concern in his eyes were like a bucket of cold water. What was I doing? I was risking a good man and a good life for an affair. Breaking up with James was difficult, harder than I expected. He didn't take it well. "You can't just walk away from this," he said, his eyes flashing with an emotion I couldn't identify. I stood my ground, even though my heart was aching. "It's over, James. I'm sorry, but I love my husband. This was a mistake." I thought that would be the end of it, but the next day, I found a note tucked under my windshield wiper. "I'm not giving up on us," it said. I crumpled it up with shaking hands. The text messages from unknown numbers kept coming. Sometimes late at night, I could swear I saw him outside our house just watching. Fear began to creep in, replacing the excitement I had felt before. I changed my routine, always looking over my shoulder, but James seemed to be everywhere, his presence a constant threat. One night I woke up to the sound of glass breaking downstairs. I shook Mark awake. "There's someone in the house," I whispered. We ran downstairs, Mark armed with a baseball bat. In the kitchen we found a broken window and muddy footprints leading to the back door. Nothing was taken, but there was a note on the fridge. "You're mine." We called the police, but without concrete evidence, there wasn't much they could do. The officer suggested it was just kids, but the look he gave me said he didn't believe it any more than I did. Things got worse. My tires were slashed. Dead flowers were left on our porch. Each time, the police were sympathetic but powerless. And throughout it all, James maintained his innocence, always with that same intense, unsettling smile. "You're being paranoid, Sarah," he said when I confronted him outside the supermarket. "I'm not doing anything. Maybe you're just feeling guilty for throwing away the best thing that ever happened to you." His words sent a chill down my spine. There was a coldness in his eyes that I had never seen before, a glimpse of something dark and dangerous lurking beneath his charming exterior. I became a prisoner in my own home, jumping at every sound, afraid to go out alone. I realized the strain this was putting on our marriage. Everything I had tried to protect by ending the affair was now being destroyed by its consequences. It all came to a head on a stormy October night. Mark was out of town on business, and I was home alone. The storm knocked out the power, and I was sitting in the living room in the dark. As I searched for candles, I heard a noise upstairs, a creaking of floorboards that shouldn't have been there. My blood ran cold. At that moment, I was certain that James was in the house. I grabbed my cell phone, but there was no signal. Panic rose in my throat, and I looked for a way out, but he was there, blocking the door, his silhouette illuminated by a flash of lightning. "We belong together, Sarah," he said, his voice frighteningly calm. What followed was a cat-and-mouse nightmare through the dark house. I managed to escape him by locking myself in the bathroom. My heart was beating so hard, I thought it would explode in my chest. When I heard him trying to break down the door, I realized with horrible clarity the magnitude of my mistake. This man, whom I had welcomed into my life with open arms, was now the greatest threat to my very existence. The sound of sirens cut through the storm. A neighbor had seen a strange figure entering our house and called the police. James didn't run away. The damage had already been done. My sense of security and trust was shattered like the windows he broke. In the aftermath, we moved out of Millbrook, away from the idyllic little town that had become a prison of fear. James was eventually caught and arrested, not only for his harassment of me, but for similar behavior with other women in town. He was a deeply disturbed individual, a predator who had been playing this game for years. Mark and I are still together, working to rebuild what was almost lost. Trust, once broken, is not easily repaired, but we are trying, and that has to count for something. I learned a hard lesson about the dangers that can lurk behind a charming smile and the high price of a moment of weakness. Every day, I am grateful for my second chance and live with the knowledge that things could have ended much worse. So if you ever feel tempted by the thrill of the forbidden, remember my story. The most dangerous predators are the ones we invite into our lives with open arms, and by the time we realize our mistake, it may be too late. Next story. The library should have been quiet, but the whispers I heard that night were anything but. What I discovered in that hidden room changed everything I thought I knew about reality. I've always been a night owl, which is why the night shift at Miskatonic University's library was perfect for me. The solitude gave me time to work on my thesis, and at the same time, keep an eye on the students who occasionally stayed late. Besides, there was something comforting about being surrounded by all that knowledge, even if most of it was gathering dust on rarely touched shelves. It was almost midnight when everything changed. The library was empty except for a few graduate students passed out in a far corner. I was doing my usual rounds, putting books back on the shelves and arranging chairs, when I noticed something strange, a faint glow coming from behind one of the bookcases in the ancient history section. I knew every inch of the library, and there definitely shouldn't have been any source of light back there. I approached quietly, my sneakers sliding across the soft carpet that muffled my footsteps. As I got closer, I realized that the light was seeping through a crack between the bookcase and the wall. Maybe someone had left a flashlight on back there, but no, the quality of the light was all wrong. It pulsed and shifted, casting sinister shadows that seemed to move on their own. I ran my hand along the edge of the bookcase, searching for anything that could explain the phenomenon. To my surprise, my fingers caught on a small hidden latch. With a soft click, the entire bookcase swung open like a door, revealing a narrow passageway beyond. My heart raced as I peered into the opening. This wasn't on any of the floor plans I'd seen. The rational part of my brain told me to shut it and call campus security, but a stronger, more primitive part urged me to go on. I've always been too curious for my own good. Swallowing hard, I stepped into the passageway. The air was thick and musty, with a smell I couldn't quite place, something old and vaguely metallic. The walls were lined with rough stone, and the floor sloped gently downward. The pulsing light grew stronger as I descended. After what seemed like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, the passage opened into a circular room. And what a room it was! My jaw dropped at the sight before me. The walls were covered with intricate symbols and diagrams, some carved directly into the stone, others painted with what looked disturbingly like dried blood. Shelves lined the room, filled with books that looked much older than anything in the main library, but it was the center of the room that really caught my attention. A pedestal stood there, and on top of it was an object that defied description. It seemed to shift and change as I looked at it, never settling on a single form. Sometimes it appeared as an ancient tome, its cover contorted by tentacles. Other times, it was a crystalline structure that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Through it all, it pulsed with the same sinister light that had drawn me here. Curiosity overcame my growing sense of dread. Whispers, countless voices speaking in languages I had never heard before, seemed to be coming from the object itself, growing louder with every step I took. My hand reached out on its own, drawn to the moving thing on the pedestal. Just before my fingers made contact, a voice cut through the whispers, clear as day. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." I spun around, my heart nearly leaping out of my chest. A man stood in the doorway, his white hair wild and his eyes shining with an unsettling intensity. I vaguely recognized him as Professor Armitage from the campus Department of Occult Studies, but I had never spoken to him directly. "What is this place?" I managed to stammer. Armitage entered the room, his gaze fixed on the object behind me. "This, my young friend, is where we keep the true knowledge the world is not yet ready to receive." He began to explain in a calm, maddening voice that the university had been protecting and studying artifacts of great and terrible power for generations. This room, and others like it hidden throughout the campus, contained truths that could reshape or destroy our understanding of reality. "But why show me all this?" I asked, still struggling to process everything. "Why not just send me away?" Armitage's expression darkened. "Because you found your way here, which means you are now a part of this, and we need all the help we can get." Over the next few hours, as night gave way to dawn, Armitage gave me a crash course in ancient horrors and cosmic truths. He spoke of ancient beings that slept beneath the earth and beyond the stars, of cults that sought to awaken them, and of the thin veil that separated our reality from chaotic dimensions beyond imagination. My head was spinning with information, but one thing was clear. The world was a much stranger and more dangerous place than I had ever imagined. Now, whether I liked it or not, I was part of a secret group charged with keeping that danger in check. When the first rays of sunlight began to filter through the tall windows of the library, Armitage led me back to the hidden door. "Go home, get some rest," he said, "but come back here tomorrow night. There is much to learn, and time is not on our side." As I turned to leave, still reeling from everything I had seen and heard, Armitage placed a hand on my shoulder. "And remember," he said, his voice low and grave, "the fate of the world may depend on our secrecy." The weeks that followed were a blur of nighttime lessons and mind-boggling revelations. During the day, I went about my normal life, attending classes and working on my thesis, but my nights were filled with arcane rituals, ancient texts, and discussions of cosmic horrors that threatened to drive me mad. I learned to read languages dead for millennia and to recognize signs of otherworldly influence in everyday events. Armitage and the other members of what I came to know as the Library Guard taught me protective spells and how to shield my mind from psychic attacks. But not everything was academic. Less than a month after my initial discovery, alarms sounded in all the hidden chambers. A group of cultists had broken into one of the other secret rooms on campus to try to steal an artifact that could open a portal to a dimension of pure chaos. My heart pounding, I followed Armitage and the others as we raced across the moonlit campus. We arrived just in time to see the cultists completing a ritual, a swirling vortex of energy forming in the air before them. What followed was like something out of a nightmare. We fought not only the cultists, but also the tentacled horrors that began to squeeze through the forming portal. I found myself chanting spells I had learned only recently, my voice joining with the others to create a barrier of pure will against the approaching madness. In the end, we managed to close the portal and subdue the cultists, but the cost was high. 2 of our group were dead, their minds destroyed by what they had seen. I would never be the same again. As we stood there panting and in shock, Armitage turned to me with a grim smile. "Are you still sure you want to be a part of this?" he asked. I looked around at the destruction, at the bodies of allies and enemies, at the burn marks on the walls where reality itself had begun to unravel. Despite the terror still coursing through my veins, I knew there was only one answer. "Someone has to do this," I said. "If not us, then who?" Armitage nodded, a mixture of pride and sadness in his eyes. "Welcome to the library guard. The hours are hell, the pay is non-existent, and the retirement plan is probably an early grave or a padded cell. But we are the only thing standing between humanity and total annihilation." As we returned to the library to clean up and get briefed, I couldn't help but think about how much my life had changed in just a few weeks. What started as a part-time job to help pay for graduate school had turned into a frontline position in a secret war against cosmic horrors. I thought of the students sleeping peacefully in their dorm rooms, the professors preparing lectures about the normal world, and all of humanity living in blissful ignorance. I realized that ignorance really was bliss, but knowledge, however terrible, was power, and we needed all the power we could get. So now when you see me stalking books or silencing noisy students, know that there is more going on than meets the eye. The library is still quiet, but the whispers never truly stop. And in the hidden rooms beneath your feet, a battle is being waged to keep reality intact. Pray that you never have to wake up to the truth that I live with every day. Next story. Screams echoed through the forest, turning our peaceful camping trip into a nightmare. We thought we were alone in nature, but something sinister was lurking in the shadows, waiting to make us its prey. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway, just me and my 4 best friends from college getting together for our annual camping trip. We had been doing this for years, ever since graduation, but this time we decided to try a new spot that Jake had heard about, a secluded area deep in the national forest, far from the usual tourist trails. "It'll be an adventure," he had said. If only we had known what kind of adventure. We arrived late Friday afternoon, and the sun was already setting behind the trees. The drive had been difficult, our SUV navigating overgrown dirt roads, until we finally found a suitable clearing to set up camp. While the others set up the tents and gathered firewood, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. The forest seemed too quiet. "Alex, relax," Lisa said, noticing my tense expression. "You're not used to being so far from civilization. Enjoy the peace and quiet." I forced a smile and nodded, but the knot in my stomach refused to unravel. When night fell, we gathered around the campfire, passing around beers and swapping stories as we always did. Even as we laughed and reminisced, I found myself constantly glancing into the darkness beyond our small circle of light. It was almost midnight when a distant but unmistakable scream cut through the night air like a knife. We immediately fell silent, the laughter dying in our throats. "What the hell was that?" Mike whispered, his eyes wide. "Probably a mountain lion," Jake said, but his voice lacked conviction. We listened, but the forest was silent again. Gradually the conversation resumed, though more quietly than before. I could see the others glancing furtively toward the forest, just as I had been doing all night. Just as we were about to return to our tents, we heard the scream again, this time closer and unmistakably human, a scream of pure terror that made my blood run cold. "That's not an animal," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "Someone's in trouble out there." The smart thing to do would have been to stay put and call for help on the satellite phone we had brought for emergencies. But the screams continued, growing more desperate, and we knew we couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Armed with flashlights and a few hunting knives, we set out into the dark forest. The beam from my flashlight seemed pathetically inadequate in the vast darkness that surrounded us. Every crackling branch, every rustling leaf made my nerves jump. We had been walking for about 20 minutes when Mike suddenly stopped. "Guys," he said, his voice little more than a whisper. His flashlight beam illuminated something on the ground, a piece of torn, blood-stained fabric. A few feet beyond it, we found a shoe, and then another piece of cloth. It was like following a grotesque trail of breadcrumbs. The most disturbing thing was that the screams had stopped, which somehow made everything worse. Silence descended upon us, broken only by our ragged breathing and our pounding hearts. The trail of discarded items became more frequent, and then we smelled a sickly sweet odor that turned my stomach. When we rounded a large rock, our lights fell on a sight that would haunt my nightmares for many years. It was a clearing, but unlike any natural formation. The ground had been cleared in a perfect circle, the earth compacted and marked with strange symbols. In its center was a rudimentary altar, little more than a flat stone slab raised on pillars of stacked rocks. And on that altar, I'll spare you the details. Suffice it to say, we found the source of the screams. Miserable, Sarah doubled over, and Jake cursed under his breath. I stood frozen, my mind refusing to process the horror before me. That's when we heard the chants. They began low, almost subliminal, but quickly grew louder. Figures emerged from the trees, shrouded in dark robes, their faces hidden in deep hoods. There must have been at least 24 of them forming a circle around us before we could even think of running. "Welcome, travelers," a voice sounded, soft and cultured, in stark contrast to the barbaric scene. "It seems we have some uninvited guests." One figure stepped forward, lowering his hood. He was older, with silver hair and piercing blue eyes that seemed to glow in the moonlight. His smile was pleasant, almost fatherly, but there was a coldness behind it that made my skin crawl. "It is not common for us to receive visitors here," he continued, "for the energies of this place tend to discourage the wandering. But you, my young friends, have heard our call and have come. What wonderful courage." You killed someone," Lisa managed to choke out. The man's smile never wavered. "A necessary sacrifice, I'm afraid. The ancients demand tribute, and who are we to deny them? But now that you are here, I think they will be very pleased with the bounty we can offer tonight." It was at that moment that the cultists lunged, grabbing us before we could react. I felt rough hands on my arms, a sharp pain as something pricked my neck. The world began to spin. I fought against the approaching darkness, struggling to keep my eyes open. The last thing I saw before losing consciousness was the old man's face, those cold blue eyes staring at me as he spoke words I couldn't understand. I woke up to the sound of dripping water, my head throbbing, my mouth as dry as sand. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized I was in some kind of cave. The others were there too, still unconscious, bound hand and foot like me. Fear and adrenaline helped clear the fog from my mind. I worked at my bonds, ignoring the pain as the rough rope chafed my wrists. After what seemed like hours, I managed to free one hand and then the other. I quickly untied my ankles and went to help my friends. One by one they stirred, groggy and disoriented, as we whispered about what had happened. None of us knew how long we had been out or where exactly we were. All we knew was that we had to get out before the cultists returned. The cave had only one entrance, sealed by a heavy wooden door. It was locked, of course, but years of rock climbing had taught me a thing or two about problem solving. Using a piece of a broken stalagmite and a shoelace, I managed to create a rudimentary lockpick. It took several excruciating minutes, but finally, we heard the sweet sound of the lock clicking open. We made our way through dark, winding tunnels, where every shadow seemed to hide a potential danger. Finally, we saw a faint glow ahead, moonlight streaming through an opening. Freedom was so close we could taste it, but as we approached the mouth of the cave, we heard voices. The cultists were outside. Dozens of them were engaged in some kind of ritual. Their chants echoed off the cave walls, the words in no language I recognized, but filling me with a sense of bone-chilling dread. We huddled in the shadows, trying to formulate a plan. That's when we saw it, a shape in the sky, descending toward the gathered cultists. It was enormous and defied description. Its form seemed to shift and undulate as if it didn't belong in this reality. All I know is that looking at it filled me with such a deep, primal terror that I thought I might lose my mind. "We have to go," I whispered urgently. "Now." While they were distracted, we ran past the oblivious cultists and into the forest. Behind us, we heard cries of alarm and sounds I can only describe as otherworldly, a cacophony of screams and roars that seemed to come from everywhere at once. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like jelly. Somehow, miraculously, we found our way back to our camp. We got into the SUV without even bothering to grab our equipment and got out of there as fast as we could. It wasn't until we reached the main highway and saw the first glimmers of dawn on the horizon that we finally felt safe enough to stop. We pulled over at a rest area and sat in silence, each of us trying to process what we had been through. "What do we do now?" Sarah finally asked, her voice small and scared. I thought for a long moment. "We go to the police," I said. "We tell them everything." And we did, but of course they didn't believe us. Our story sounded insane even to our own ears. They found our campsite untouched, save for a few animal tracks. No sign of cult activity, no mysterious cave, nothing to corroborate our story. In the end, we were left with only our memories and the nightmares that followed. We don't go camping anymore, at least not together. Some friendships can't survive the weight of shared trauma, of knowing things we should never have known. But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind howls just right, I swear I can still hear those chants. I still see that shape descending from the sky. And I wonder, with a mixture of dread and morbid curiosity, what would have happened if we hadn't escaped? What horrors await in those deep, dark woods, and how long before they reveal themselves to the world? So, one final piece of advice. If you're camping in the wilderness and hear screams in the night, don't investigate. Don't try to be a hero. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some darkness should never see the light of day. Next story. The headlights in my rearview mirror were relentless, growing closer with every passing second. What started as a routine drive home turned into a terrifying game of cat and mouse on a lonely stretch of highway. It was well past midnight when I left the office, having burned the midnight oil to finish a project before the weekend. The roads were empty, a rarity in our normally bustling city. I was eager to get home, have a glass of wine, and finally relax. As I merged onto the highway, I noticed a pair of headlights behind me. Nothing unusual about that, I thought. But as the minutes passed, I realized the car wasn't just going in the same direction. It was following my every move. When I changed lanes, it changed lanes. When I slowed down, it slowed down. When I accelerated to put some distance between us, it accelerated to keep up. I tried to get a better look at the driver in my rearview mirror, but the glare from the headlights made it impossible. All I could see was a dark, featureless, menacing silhouette. "You're being paranoid," I muttered to myself. "It's just someone going in the same direction." But I couldn't relax. Every instinct was screaming that something was wrong. I decided to test my theory at the next exit. I signaled and took the ramp. At the last second, the car behind me swerved sharply across 2 lanes of traffic to follow me. My heart leapt into my throat. This was no coincidence. I hoped to lose them on the unfamiliar side streets, but they continued to tail me, their engine roaring to keep pace. I made random turns, my palms sweating on the steering wheel, but nothing I did seemed to faze them. On a quiet residential street, the car behind me suddenly accelerated, hitting the back of my vehicle with a sickening crack. I screamed, fighting to maintain control as my car began to fishtail. "What do you want?" I yelled, knowing they couldn't hear me but unable to contain my fear and frustration. I managed to straighten up, but now the game had changed. It was no longer just following, it was an attack. I had to call for help. I fumbled for my phone, trying to keep one eye on the road and one on my pursuer. But when I went to dial 911, I realized with horror that I had no signal. Of course, we were in a dead zone, miles from the nearest cell tower. The car hit me again, this time harder. I felt my rear tires leave the asphalt for a terrifying moment before slamming back down. I saw a sharp curve ahead and knew that if they hit me again, I could roll over. At the last second, I jerked the steering wheel hard, swerving onto a dirt road I had barely noticed. My pursuer, caught off guard, shot past me. I heard the screech of brakes as they tried to correct, but it was too late. The momentum carried them into a ditch. I didn't stop. Adrenaline still pumping, I knew this was far from over. I sped down the dirt road, not caring where it led as long as it was away from there. After what seemed like an hour, but was probably only minutes, I saw lights ahead, a gas station, its fluorescent glow a beacon of hope in the darkness. I pulled into the station with my tires squealing and practically fell out of the car. The attendant, a bored-looking teenager, looked up from his phone, his eyes widening at the sight of my disheveled appearance and the state of my car. "I need help," I gasped. "Someone's after me. Can I use your phone?" He nodded, reaching under the counter to grab an old landline phone. As I dialed 911 with trembling fingers, I heard the sound of an engine approaching. "They're here," I whispered. Panic rose in my throat. The attendant, to his credit, acted quickly. He pulled me behind the counter and pressed a button that locked the store doors. We crouched down, peering over the edge of the counter as a car pulled into the parking lot. It was a dark, nondescript sedan, except for the dented front end, evidence of our earlier collision. The driver's door opened slowly, and a figure emerged into the harsh fluorescent light. Finally, I got a good look at my pursuer, a tall, broad-shouldered man wearing a black hoodie that partially obscured his face. He headed toward the store with predatory, determined movements. When he reached the doors and found them locked, he began banging on the glass. The entire store seemed to shake with each impact. He shouted, his voice muffled but unmistakably angry, "I know you're in there." The clerk and I huddled closer, neither of us daring to breathe. I could hear the 911 operator on the phone, assuring me that help was on the way, but would it arrive in time? The banging stopped abruptly. For a moment I thought maybe he had given up. Then I heard a new sound, the tinkling of breaking glass. "He's breaking in," the clerk whispered urgently. "We need to run. There's a back door through the stockroom." We crawled toward the back of the store, the sound of shattering glass spurring us on. When we reached the stockroom door, I heard the crunch of boots on broken glass. He was inside. We ran through the stockroom, knocking over boxes in our haste. Behind us, I could hear him cursing, and the sound of items being thrown aside as he searched for us. Fortunately, the back door was unlocked. We ran out into the night, breathing desperately. In the distance, I could hear sirens approaching. Help was almost here, but our pursuer was closer. The door slammed open behind us, and I heard a roar of rage. Without looking back, I ran. The attendant and I split up, he heading toward the road, while I headed for a wooded area behind the station. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me, getting closer every second. He had chosen to follow me. The forest was dark, the ground uneven. I stumbled over roots and rocks, branches scratching my face as I ran blindly through the vegetation. We tried to warn the other guests, but no one believed us. They all insisted that there was no island, no boat, no danger. It was as if the entire resort was under some kind of spell. On our 5th night in captivity, Lisa shook me awake. "Jack, look," she whispered urgently. I looked at her and followed her gaze to the window, where a thick fog had formed, obscuring everything beyond our bungalow. But in the distance, a light pulsed rhythmically, coming from the island. "It's a signal," I realized. They were calling the boat. Lisa's eyes were wide with fear and determination. "This may be our only chance," she said. With our hearts pounding, we gathered what we could carry and stepped out into the fog. The resort was eerily silent, the usual sounds of night absent. We made our way to the beach, the damp sand muffling our footsteps. The spot where I had seen the boat land was deserted. We crouched behind some boxes and waited for minutes that stretched into what felt like hours. Finally, we heard the low hum of an engine. The boat materialized out of the fog, a dark shape against the gray background. When it crashed into the dock, we tensed, ready to act. But before we could, a group of resort employees appeared, led by Amy. They began unloading more crates, working with practical efficiency. I grabbed Lisa's arm and we left our hiding place, running across the dock. We heard cries of alarm behind us, but we didn't look back and jumped onto the boat just as it began to pull away. A gray-haired man with hard eyes turned to us in shock, but I didn't let him finish. Adrenaline surged through me and I attacked him, fighting for control of the till. Lisa grabbed a nearby rope and quickly tied the man's hands and feet. Heading into the fog, the angry voices faded as we approached the island. Its true nature became clear. What we thought was dense vegetation was actually a cluster of carefully camouflaged buildings and equipment. Lights shone in the windows and figures moved with purpose. "My God," Lisa breathed. "What is this place?" We never had a chance to find out. As we approached the coast, searchlights suddenly came on, blinding us. Alarms sounded, and I could hear the sound of more boats approaching. "We have to go back," I said, my voice trembling. "We can't dock here." Lisa, pale but determined, turned the wheel, and we headed back out to sea. We passed the other boats, their occupants screaming and gesticulating wildly. For hours we pushed the small boat to its limits, always staying ahead of our pursuers. Finally, we spotted another island in the distance, this time a real island with a busy harbor. We docked amid a group of fishing boats, our legs shaking as we stepped onto solid ground. The local police were skeptical of our story at first, but the boat captain, once untied, corroborated enough to launch an investigation. Weeks later, we discovered the truth. The resort was a front for a large human trafficking operation. The island served as a processing center where people were sorted and sent to buyers around the world. Hundreds of victims were rescued, and a network of corrupt officials and businessmen was exposed. Lisa and I returned home shaken, but grateful to be alive. We never took another tropical vacation. We learned that some paradises are best left unexplored,